Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated...
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Okay, I think I'm back. Yes, they came back early. We're gonna turn this down really quickly because we do have something from the courtroom right now. Turn the audio down here just a bit more.
Objection in principle to such an instruction, but obviously it was dependent upon the language. So what I want is
let's pick up where we left off. I apologize. We normally would do a little bit of a roll call. All I'm going to say is that wait for it. Yeah, wait for it. Wait for it. You won the internet. Congratulations. Hopefully you can do a better job this morning. It's a little rough. There's actually a Suddenlink guy who's working on the pole just down the road from me, and I think it's his fault. And I resisted the urge to bump him with my car as I drove by. But he's just about done. Internet seems to have leveled out. I think we're good.
State of the record against some things may not be known by that point.
Let's see. I need more volume here.
And then we can make arguments.
It's working. Okay.
And please address any issues.
All right.
After that. All right. With that, any further record the state needs to make at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson? No, Your Honor. All right. Then we still got 8 or 9 minutes.
Yeah, they came back early, 8 or 9 minutes. So we're gonna sit there off the record. Judge leaves. That was a little surprise. Okay, there were a couple things that happened this morning that were super exciting. First of all, let me just say I've got the audio going from the courtroom, so we're not going to miss anything when they come back. First of all, the internet seems to be working a little bit better, and I am sorry. Thanks for your patience this morning. It was rough all around. It was a bad morning. I think my brightness is cranked up. I feel like I'm glowing. I have like a spotlight on my forehead or something. Let's see. It's a good thing we're not following Jensen. Apparently they're showing more pictures. Doing what Jensen does. There was a battle royale between defense and the bald cop. Yes, oh my goodness. I did watch this back and forth. My download was working fine. I just couldn't upload my stream. So they seem to have some bad blood between them. And I don't know, the previous case they referenced that happened last year, it's pretty recent that they faced off each other just a little bit. And yeah, that was brought up a lot. The Idaho case was brought up a lot. They called it the Menendez brothers. And I think that's what he referred to the Idaho case as. But they talked about the BK case, about how they had the DNA on the snap of the knife, the touch DNA. They talked about all sorts of things that really have not been decided, that have been reported, that have been alleged, but has not been decided. So it surprised me to see an attorney presenting that as evidence when it's an accusation in court. Anyway, so there was battle royale. It was tame, but you could tell, even though there were nice words, there were pleas and thank yous going on, you could tell that's not what they meant. Let's see. Fingers crossed your internet works. Watch it elsewhere sucks. No one likes jokes anymore. Yeah, Frack, this is the place to be. I'm glad you all made it back here. I'm sorry you had to watch that in the other rooms. Samantha says, I'm in tready water, lost at sea, waiting for the mothership to return. I think we're floating now. I think we're floating. I've still got my connection dialed back just a little bit as far as quality goes, just to make sure that if there are any dips that I don't lose connection. But I think we're good.
Share Bear just sent a super sticker with 4.99.
Share Bear, thank you so much for the super sticker. Where is that at? I can't show it on the screen. I'm looking at it. Oh, it's cute. It's cute. It's a cute one. Thank you so much, Share Bear. I appreciate that. Good to be back. It's good to be back. Okay. Born a Hawkeye, hello from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. This is my first time joining your chat. I met you all at KCRG after you moved over there this morning. I've been a fan of Recovery Addict, but I haven't been in chat. Born a Hawkeye, welcome. We are going to watch this this trial together when it starts. This is a fun place to watch trials. Of course, we can only watch one at a time, so we have to pick and choose sometimes. Menendez Brothers is going back a ways. That's correct. Let's see. Was that legal? As far as he can say anything he wants, is question-wise. If you're asking about the attorney bringing up the Idaho case in the questioning, which was funny because this detective has been following the Idaho murders. Everybody's been following the Idaho murders, and for him to be like, I'm not sure. You heard that from the news type thing. Okay, our feed just acted up. Let's see. Give me just a minute here. I liked that feed. Okay, where were we? We had KCRG. Let's see if they're going to bring another one back. They just dropped their stream for some reason. Okay, we'll see if it comes back on KCRG. They might have to take it down for lunch or something else, use the transmitter. All right, so I did return, Samantha. I'm glad you all tread water while I was gone. We wanted to talk about a couple things. We just got a couple minutes before trial officially comes back. So now I need to have a backup feed ready for you. Just one moment. I'll take it on this device. Okay. We wanted to talk about a couple things. One was the gag order in the Idaho case. This new gag order that came out yesterday. I told you the judge wasn't going to be happy with these leaks that were coming out. Specifically, I think the Instagram leak was more of an issue for the judge than perhaps the yes, we are really back, Suzanne. Than perhaps the search warrant information. I'm okay with the search warrant coming out. I think the judge was as well, but the Instagram information was too much, and so she issued this new gag order that goes a little bit further. It's mostly the same thing, but at the end she adds this additional little phrase that says, if I can read it here in my small print, let's see, it's further ordered that no individual covered by this order shall avoid the prescriptions by actions directly or indirectly, but deliberately, that result in violating this order. And it's further ordered that this order and all provisions herein shall remain in full effect throughout the entirety of this case, unless otherwise rendered by the court. And on the interesting part is who it includes. Okay, I think that's where the newest piece was. It's ordered for the attorneys of any interested party in this case, including the prosecuting attorney, defense attorneys, and any attorney representing the witness, victim, or victim's family. So it adds the attorneys for the victims' families who would have, that material made available to them as well. And that maybe that's where the leak came from, was from an attorney or a victim's family or somebody who had this information, and she's actually expanded that gag order now, which may or may not be constitutional to gag a victim in this case. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is, precedented as far as the reach of this gag order. But let's see. I have KCRG in the backgrounds. Let's see. Is it back on KCRG? I just dropped their feed. Let's see. Refresh on that one. Oh, there we go. The afternoon. Okay, we've got KCRG back. Good. That's the one I prefer this feed over Law and Disorder or whatever it was. So we're going to go here and bring up the audio in case there's a hot mic. I'm not seeing anything yet. We're live. Everything's good. All right, so we're trying this again. Rachel says, let's go. Debbie, yes, your hello is here. You're on time. Great. Thank you all for taking a seat. The fun part in this case that happened right before lunch is the state rested. There's
a lawsuit.
Yeah, lawsuit is over. No, this is a nice distraction from my homework. I don't want to be the result of any bad grades, Ven. So stay focused, and then as soon as you're done with your homework, then join us. Sassy Girl's here as well. Good to have so many of you back. Hot mic. Acquittal was denied. Yes, this is a standard procedure. Every good lawyer should, as soon as the state rests, file a motion, just say, hey, move for a summary acquittal. They didn't prove the case. There's a chance the judge could say, yeah, they didn't, and it's done right then. Case closed, acquittal. But doesn't happen very often. Didn't happen in this case. My question is, how strong do you think the state's case is? I think they did a great job, an excellent job.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you were able to find some lunch.
We were, thank you.
So we have our jurors back. We have counsel Mr. Jackson back. You may recall that before lunch, the state had rested. So we're turning over to
I remember that.
Mr. Johnson on behalf of Mr. Jackson.
Carol.
And so, Mr. Johnson, is there a witness to be called for the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Kyle Hine. All right. Mr. Hine?
Mr. Hine. My question is, are they going to call the defendant? Is he going to testify on his own behalf? If he gets up on their stand and has the same mannerisms and speech styles we heard on the 911 call as we heard on the interrogation, does that change your perception of him? Does that change
anything?
anything?
That microphone is on. I ask that you use it. You can adjust it however you'd like to make it most comfortable.
But you can only adjust it once.
Mr. Hine, the first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Mr. Hine, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then,
Is this
Mr.
audio
Hine,
good?
next, please, just for the record, can you give me your first name and your last name and spell them both?
Kyle, K-Y-L-E, last name Hyen, H-E-Y-E-N.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hyen.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
I have a company called Detector Dogs International, which at this point does consulting on police dog matters, drugs, explosives, tracking, apprehension, obedience, article searching, so everything to do with it. I analyze what the dogs do, what the handlers do, the training logs that they may have, the certificates, the score sheets of the certifications, written reports by the dog handlers and other officers on scene, and I compare and cross-compare any videos to make sure everything is being out and present.
So would it be fair to say that right now you consult with people in criminal and civil cases regarding the behavior of canines and their handlers?
Yes.
And has that always been what Detector Dogs International has done?
Prior to just doing the reviews and analysis, I used to train dogs and handlers I trained dog teams in Kuwait, Qatar, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, U.S. Border Patrol, the Nebraska State Patrol, Minnesota, South Dakota, Kansas, redid their program, started the other state agencies. And I had dogs from Anchorage, Miami, and San Diego to Pittsburgh.
And was that from 1988 to 2004?
Yes.
And from 2004 to today, that's the consulting on the civil and criminal cases?
That's correct.
And have you ever worked in law enforcement?
Yes. I started in law enforcement as a police officer in 1979, 2 days after my 21st birthday. And then just a couple of years, I was in there training tactical team, and then was selected to start a dog unit for the Laramie Police Department, Laramie, Wyoming. We didn't have one, never had one, and I was selected to start it.
And again, in case I skipped over this, when you were doing the contracts for training dogs from 1988 to 2004, that was
There's a lawsuit.
for law enforcement canines, was that correct?
That's correct.
And The
Would it
one
be
that
an
you
attack
just talked
cat
about
or a drug
with
cat?
the-
That's what
was
I wanna
that the
know,
one out
DMV.
of Wilbur, Nebraska?
I Laramie Police Department, 79 to 87. I went to work then at.
Well, he's talking about his
the
credentials. We're
largest
going to turn him down just
police
a little
dog
bit.
school in the United
The
States.
state did ask to
Alabama
include
Canine
a
Law
lesser
Enforcement
included
Officers
of
Training
second-degree
Center
murder
for about a
with
year
the
and a
first-degree
half.
charge.
And then I came up to the Sheriff's Department.
That's
in
just
Wilbur,
covering their bets in
Nebraska.
case the jury doesn't think they quite met the first degree.
And I worked
And
as
then
a
second, they might be
deputy
easier to
there
settle on that. That way, it's
getting
easier to
my
get a
business
conviction
up off the
having
ground.
both of them. The prosecution went and said, if you're going to include
you were
second,
in
you
law
might as well
enforcement
include.
then
We want you to
yourself,
include
or-
voluntary and involuntary as well. And they said
79 through
voluntary has an
91.
element of passion that they couldn't.
When I was at the school in Alabama.
That hasn't
we were
been
fully
testified to,
certified
and so they only
there,
included
responded
involuntary.
to
So I think we've
bond
got
calls,
first degree, second degree, and
searched a
involuntary
couple of
as the
banks
three
for bomb
charges.
dogs. So it wasn't just working with the training of people.
Yeah, but it would
from
only find catnip,
around the
DMB.
U.S., around the world. It was also still being in law enforcement.
Police geese. I can
Thank you.
believe it. Those are
And,
attack geese, though.
Do you have a curriculum vitae that details your whole career in terms of your experience and your training and your education?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I would submit Defendant's Exhibit I, which is Kyle Hyan's curriculum vitae.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then Exhibit I is admitted.
This is the only way he sells his manual for. Oh, there's no water in there, dude. The last guy drank it all. Let's see. It's the only way he sells his manuals when he has it admitted in court as evidence.
I do.
And now we're husband and
Ladies
wife.
and gentlemen of the jury,
Oh,
briefly
one more
about
thing.
Your educational background.
Okay, educational background.
Graduated from high school in Nebraska, went to Chadron State College in Chadron, Nebraska. Went to work at the Laramie Police Department, but when
Okay, it sounds
I
good.
went down to Alabama, I finished
We did learn one more thing. We
my
learned the
Associate of Science
name
degree
of the light
in
lady.
police canine science.
Her name is
I was the
Terry.
first one.
So we can't just call her
Yeah.
Aziz anymore. We have to refer to her as
And that,
Terry.
as
from
far
now
as
on.
formal education, scholastically, that's what I did. Nothing beyond that.
What about law enforcement training? What have you had in that
Judge
regard?
still going to rule on voluntary?
Law
Okay.
enforcement training, I was
So
trained as
that's
a SWAT
possible
member,
fourth charge.
a sniper. I had defensive tactics training,
Terry was carrying 10 jugs
high-speed
of water.
pursuit, intoxilizers, all the stuff that goes with
maneuvers?
being able to work
Please
the
say pit
street
maneuvers.
as a trained officer. Later, I also then received training and certification as a defensive tactics instructor,
You're excused for your
which,
absence.
although I was certified at
Tish.
and got to a high level in it, it's not something I really liked doing. So I just stayed with training the police dogs and the handlers with the dogs and teaching them
That guy says-
the canine officer survival tactics.
It's Aziz from now on.
Is that because you like dogs?
Aziz
I
is
like
the name
dogs.
of a character in
Is
Fifth
that
Element
the dog tie that you're wearing today?
Yes, it
It's
is.
featured
My
briefly.
wife bought that for me about 30 years ago. And
well, apparently has a dog tie on behind the picture. Hopefully we'll get a shot of that.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the
Aziz
jury
is in
about the police
Fifth
service
Element,
dog schools
and
that
he's
you've
the
attended?
young boy who's holding
I
a metal
attended,
reflective
schools
material that shines light
hosted
into
by other instructors at that
an area where an
time.
archaeologist is working.
My
in the movie.
first
And so
was
in the movie,
Cascade
the archaeologist
County
is trying to
Canine
work, and
School
the
out
light
of
shifts. He's like,
Bell,
Aziz,
Montana,
light. And so he shifts
which is
and gets
part
the
of
light working.
the
So
Sheriff's
that's why we
Department of
used that.
Grateful.
It was just a little movie reference, little pop culture in there.
The trainer, Les Beaubier, was trained by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And so his philosophy that he taught us was based off of the RCMP training, the tracking, drug work, and apprehension work was all based off of RCMP, and the RCMP is based off of English methodologies.
And any other police dog service training that you've done?
Yes.
And if you're going to pronounce some of these German words, I've already provided those words to the court reporter, so I don't. Pay attention to what she tells you.
I attended seminars taught by one gentleman had been a dog handler
There's your poll, Charlie. Asking
in
show
Germany
receive.
for many years before he retired and moved to the States. I went to like a week or 2 week long school that he hosted. But after I finished the school in Montana, I wasn't very comfortable with the service and quality of the dog and my training. And I went to a seminar that was being held in Kansas, and one of the first things that one of the instructors was the head of the largest police dog school in Germany. And he asked a question. He said, who in here's dog will track on concrete? And I raised my hand because I had been taught dogs can track on concrete. So they made me go away. They laid a track. I started my dog, and my dog didn't track on concrete, and it was only a couple of minutes old. And at that point, I went, that what I had been taught, dogs can track human scent falling off the ground all the way around here, isn't very true if it's only minutes old and my dog didn't even take 5 steps in the proper direction. So then there were some other things with apprehension work that kind of opened my eyes that, like,
Yes, it says this is
I didn't
defense.
ever like what we did.
So this is the first witness
And now
for
that
defense.
I see other alternatives, I definitely didn't like what I was trained on. After that, I went to a second seminar with the main instructor from that and saw what they were
I
doing.
don't think there
We
are.
converted my dog
We're thinking,
to
should
the
there be police
apprehension
cats? That's what the
methodologies
poll's
of
for.
the German police, and I then fell in line with what they taught.
Heidi, I
Some
think that's what
years
he's getting at.
later, that would have been 82-ish, 1984, I was selected to go to Germany and train with the German police at the largest police dog school in Germany, the
This is true.
Landespolizeischule für Dienstunführer.
Is he speaking German?
You have that, right? Okay. In Stukenbrock. And so I
Stukenbrock.
went there, and we trained essentially 6 days a week. Apprehension work, tracking. Then
Sorry, Christy.
at the
I've held a
conclusion of
hedgehog
that,
once, and it was the cutest little
competed
animal.
in the
Mine was
International
wild,
Police Dog
but
Championships.
they're cute.
There were
I'm sorry yours passed
teams
away.
from, at that time, East and West Germany. So there were just West Germany, 11 states, a team from France, a team from California, and the team that I was on, Team USA, which we had Alabama, Wisconsin, Colorado, myself in Wyoming,
We'd never lose a suspect if there had police leopards.
Indianapolis, Indiana, and a guy from California. So at that time, it was tracking.
Almost a quarter of you want police
obedience,
cats.
agility, and apprehension work. No drug work, because it was a competition. And I still have my score sheets, but they're packed. We're moving. And I still have my score sheets from that period in time. And we finished about in the middle of the approximately 75 dog teams throughout.
So you're saying you lost?
Your average.
No, I thought it was a big gain because my dog was, when we went to the school in Montana, my first dog, he said, bring a German Shepherd. That's not a lot of detail. So I brought a German Shepherd, and 2 weeks later, he said, you need a different dog. Got a different dog. 2 days later, he said, you need a different dog. And I'm like, we're running out of German Shepherds. Jumped in a car, drove 5 hours from Great Falls area and tested a dog, which I was kind of confident he was pretty stable because when there was a search and rescue at a state park, helicopter landed, dog jumped in the helicopter and it was still going. It's like, okay, he's got something there. And 2 years after that is when we were in Germany and competed in the international championships. the dog had no training, didn't even know sit when I received him. So we took him from
This guy's
being a
just bragging about
backyard
his
dog
training, I think.
to the international championships, and just being there was a huge win for me.
I think his
and for the
testimony
dog.
should be more focused
So
on
I worked him for about
overall
8
instead of
years
a
before
specific
he
dog's
came down
experience.
with cancer and had to put him down.
What was that dog's name?
His name was Heinz because he looked kind of like, to me, a conglomeration of several breeds, but he wasn't. He was a German Shepherd.
Are the Germans sort of the gold standard for police canine training?
For the training and the certification standards, yeah. I have not seen any inside the United States or even from France. I had an acquaintance from
Apparently,
Scotland.
there really are police cats.
And I don't think their standards are up there. And in part because
That guy sent me a
what
link. I've
I
gotta
was
check it out.
trained, which they're still training, doesn't match up with truth and fact.
How does the U.S. compare in terms of training canines with the Germans?
Parts of the U.S. utilize the German police standards and technology. The state of Utah, Nebraska, Minnesota, state police, not necessarily all law enforcement, and Kansas, South Dakota. There are agencies within. There are only 4 states in the U.S. where the state mandates this is the standard you will certify your dog to be able to work. That's not very high.
I did not hear Iowa in that list of states.
They are not on that list of states.
Okay, while this is playing,
And
I
then,
want to show you
did
something.
you also were you an instructor for canine law enforcement in Alabama and Tuscaloosa then?
Yes, I went down there.
This is from that guy. This is a tweet from Chicago,
became a
Chicago
senior
Police
instructor.
Department.
And again, we trained dogs from
welcoming their
Kuwait,
first ever
Qatar,
recruit,
Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia,
a mounted
and
unit,
officers from
a
across the
community
United
outreach.
States that were coming
They
in for
they
training.
have cats.
They were
Police
trained
cats.
to the
There you
standards
go.
of the German police, and
Thanks, that guy.
we were very strict and regimented on what we trained and how we certified.
And that was in 1986.
Yes.
In 1991, did you act as a patrol
We are
dog
live,
judge?
Georgia. We've got
And can you tell us what
an
that
expert
means?
witness who's basically being credentialed right now. For the
In
defense, the state has
canine
rested.
field,
So
the
we're
beginning
moving
level
on to the
is
defense
dog
side.
handler.
The
And I'm
first
sorry.
witness that they've called, this is
Is dog
Kyle Heyen.
And then
I believe his name is
If
Heyen.
somebody is a supervisor, you train them as a supervisor. That's a level up. Then
I
judge.
never found a good pine candle, Roxanne.
I'm sorry. Then instructor.
There are some
Then
that
judge.
that, are,
and then
that say
teaching
they're
judge
pine,
is
but they
the
just don't
highest
smell
level.
like pine.
So I had started out as a dog handler. I went through the instructor's program. Then I moved up and I became a judge in 1991. And I was the first law enforcement officer in the United States, trained and certified inside the United States. to
That
the
link I
level
just sent was
of the
actually,
German
Rachel, that
police.
was from
So-
Twitter, I believe.
In all
And
aspects.
it's following
drugs,
the Chicago PD
explosives,
14th
tracking,
District.
agility, obedience,
Twitter.
apprehension work.
This is
Everything
from
that was
2018,
in law
so it's a ways
enforcement,
back.
I was trained and certified to evaluate and judge.
Can you tell us about some of the major contracts that you've worked with law enforcement through the years?
Yes. Again, when I was in Alabama, we had a contract with U.S. Department of State Anti-Terrorist Assistance Program, or ATAP. And that's where we were training the foreign agencies to Kuwait, Qatar, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia. So we trained those. When I came back, I started and trained dogs for the Nebraska State Patrol. Nebraska Patrol is the leading agency in the states for interdiction of drugs. coming
Arkansas
across
is best for pit maneuvers.
the only interstate in Nebraska, I-80. The Minnesota State Patrol, South Dakota Highway Patrol, and the Kansas Patrol, we revamped.
This is true,
and
Courtney.
changed. Plus, I also had the contract for U.S. Border Patrol for about 2.5 years and filled the 80 positions, but I also failed 5 dog handlers during that time, so had to train 5 new people.
Hey, Jenny, did you have any problems
Dogs were
with
okay, the handlers.
the holes that the prosecution was trying to poke in the camera arguments
They didn't
from the state?
follow.
The fact that the state went back
fair
2
to say
days
a
later,
dog is
walked around to the
only as
backyard,
good
and the
as its
cameras
handler?
did not pick up
No, actually,
the
many
officers in the
times dogs are
backyard.
just far
Do you have
better
any
than
problem
handlers.
with that?
But that's a personal thing. The dogs can only perform when recognized by the handlers. They can't be, if the handler can't keep up, can't do and maintain properly, if they're not trained properly, the dogs are not going to maintain a high level of standard. It's going to decrease. And I've had that happen with dog handlers that I trained and put out, and they came back a year later, hadn't done day 1 of training because the sheriff said, by golly, we've got a dog, that's all we need. And no maintenance training for a year.
He sells the training too.
I didn't
I'm
certify
100%
that dog
sure.
team the next time.
So basically, these major contracts that you talked about, you did most of those in the 90s. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And can you tell us about some of your professional experiences?
Because of what I've been trained to do,
That's cool, Jenny. I
I
missed the
have
first 2 days of evidence,
been
so
contacted by
I missed a lot of the
the
state's evidence, some of the first stuff they
U.S.
led with.
Attorney's Office in Northern
So
Illinois.
I've only got a little bit to
They
go off
had
of.
questions about a currency seizure. A dog handler seized $90-some thousand. And they had questions about it. So they
That would be
sent
funny
me the
to watch.
paperwork, videos, everything they had, and I analyzed it and told them that the performance of the dog team was not reputable. It would not pass any standard that I would judge, evaluate. So they refunded the $90-some thousand, $94,000. They then came back and contacted me and asked me to write up a standard for law enforcement service dogs to be utilized to be utilized in currency seizures. Not just, oh, we're going to run there, the dog hit on it, but actually standards to make sure they weren't going to smell U.S. currency and alert to that, which can happen. I've been
Did the money smell
contacted
differently?
by
I thought it was more like human
New Jersey prosecutors.
skin oil
and
stuff they were smelling.
Actually taught a seminar, or portions of a seminar, for the New Jersey prosecutors a few years ago on both drug detection and criminal apprehension.
They
What they should
the
look
cameras
for,
didn't pick anything up on the
what
day of
they
the
should
murders,
be aware of and cautious of.
but they were working. They were functioning. They had picked something up the day before. But the fact that they didn't pick up the officers
defensive
2 days
tactics
later
seminar,
when they did tests and then
a
subpoenaed the
company
evidence,
called PPCT,
that-
Pressure Point
that-
Control Tactics.
I think that weighs on the defense side
They had
as far as
a
evidence.
national seminar, and they asked me to bring a dog in and do kind of an awareness for other law enforcement people and go, oh, dogs can do this. We can use them for this, but there's control work that needs to be done on it as well. And I can't remember if I'm skipping.
That's all right. And from 1987 to 88, you have Alabama Canine Law Enforcement Officers Training Center. Can you tell us about that?
That is a school in Alabama that I went to, and it's a
Okay, while they're still
part of
talking
a
about this,
community college. I ended up
MB,
receiving my associate.
I'm leaning the same direction with
science
you.
degree,
I did miss 2 days of
science.
evidence,
And then
and so
we trained the dog
there's
teams
stuff I don't
from
know.
around the
But it
country,
seems
but
like
also
the police
from foreign
evidence,
countries as
the
part of the ATAC,
the theory of events that the
Anti-Terrorist
prosecution
Assistance
has
Program,
presented
part of that contract.
is
So
a
we had
lot of this could have happened during this time. You know, this
Bolivia,
could have
Ecuador.
been him. He could have messed with the cameras, but I haven't seen the hard evidence that says he did any of those things. And so, because there's no evidence that it could have been
what you
him,
do now,
it's very easy for me to also think it could have been someone
Is
else,
consult on
especially with
civil
the
and criminal
camera
cases. Is
evidence
that
we heard
right?
about today.
That's correct.
And we
So
contacted you in that
I'm not
capacity.
convinced that
Would
he's
that
not
be fair to
guilty.
say?
I'm just not
Yes.
convinced that
And
it
do
couldn't
you
have been
just
somebody else.
testify for the defense, or do you also testify for the prosecution?
I testify like I did when I was a police officer. I testify to the facts.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness, you may.
is objecting that he just the objection probably has to do with the fact that he just said, I testify like I did when I was a police officer. Police officers are professionals. Their evidence in court is very believable generally. And he says, I'm testifying the same way like I was a police officer. That's probably the objection. We'll see if that's allowed. It looks like it was sustained. Strike that last statement.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Hyen. When somebody attempts to retain your services, do you ever turn them down?
Yes.
And can you tell us why?
When they contact me, I never take a case until I evaluate all the information that they have. Once they send me and I review videos, training logs, certification, score sheets, written reports, then I will decide this person did right. I will justify what
so
they did. Or this person.
That guy, they did
wrong.
swabs of his hands,
And
but
it
they were
just
DNA
depends
only.
which
They did not
attorney
do any
is
GSR tests
contacting
on
me,
his hand.
whether it's plaintiff, criminal, the prosecutors, or whether it's defense in criminal cases, or if it's the defendant or plaintiff in a civil case. So once I evaluate it, I base it off my training and experience, my dog handling, my training with the German technologies and police, the judgeship. Then I say,
I don't think there was any money owed. Both
This
parents
is
were
what I
retired. They lived in a nice
I
neighborhood,
don't take a
had a
case.
nice
In fact,
house.
I had a prosecutor
I don't
get a
think they
hold
were
of
in a
me
financial distress in any way.
and talked to me and said, well, can you defend him on that? And I said, I don't have enough information to defend anybody on anything at this point. And that's when they retained me and said, okay, you go ahead and review this. After your review, if you think, then we'll retain you. So I don't just blanket. I was in law enforcement, so I'm for law enforcement, and I don't blanket. I'm against law enforcement, so we're going to go after them. That's not the way I work. It's not how I was a police officer, and it's not what I do today.
Have you testified as an expert regarding police canine training, handling, and behavior of canines?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us where you've testified?
I have testified Connecticut, Louisiana, Nebraska, South Dakota, Kansas, Washington, Oregon, Guam, 2 times in Guam, California, basically east coast to west and from the north to the south.
And is that in state and federal court?
That is state and federal courts.
Have you reviewed any documents or videos about the case of the state of Iowa versus Alexander Jackson prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you have reviewed?
I'm not
I've
sure if they
reviewed
stipulated
body-worn
previously that he
camera,
would be an expert
from
or
Officer
not.
Buckles. I've reviewed the written reports. I can't remember if there were plural. Training logs.
Ooh,
I was given
Born a
a
Hawkeye.
copy of the
that's not good.
NAPAWADA certification, which is a certificate for tracking. And I think that's most of, if I left something out, I'm not sure.
Did you also review Officer Buckles' deposition?
Oh, yes, I did review his deposition. Yes.
All right. And if we could, would it be all right if we played the video of Officer Buckles doing the track with Corsa? And would you be able to stop it at certain places to note your observations?
Yes, that would be possible.
All right, if I might prevail upon the state to play that.
Did you say I'm going to be interacting with him on this video? Or
No,
just
no.
playing it?
He's just going to ask you to stop it at certain points, if that's all right.
Not a problem. Your Honor, may I adjust
Sure. Take a moment and you can adjust that screen. It's also going to be on screens here, but that's probably the most convenient for you.
His face has been shown as he walks in and out. He just happens to be seated in front of the camera, so we don't see him from the front side.
Oh, yeah. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, please, if you wouldn't mind starting it then, thank you.
Great sound here. I'm going to switch to the different feed. There's my audio here. So I can adjust this and tune down some of that noise. Got harness and leash. Oh, such a good boy. Dog wants to play.
Right there, she was whining, but then her breathing. How it's open mouth, it's coming in through the mouth. She's not breathing through her nose. That's a sign that the dog has been worked up. That's they're either through stress, excitement, they're pumped up, or they're hot. And that's why dogs breathe through the mouth and not the nose.
Is there anything about that behavior that might affect Corsa's performance in tracking?
Yes, absolutely. When the dog is breathing through the mouth, they cannot smell. The only olfactory systems smelling is in the nose. And I will say now that Officer Buckles said the dog can smell when they're through the mouth. Physical impossibility, they cannot. There's nothing there.
You're saying a dog cannot smell through its mouth?
That's correct.
And do you have any opinions about why the dog, do you think the dog is hot? Do you think the dog is stressed? Why is the dog panting?
The dog could be excited. I know that she had been in the house before that and then brought back, put up in the car. So I don't know. Logic says you would keep the car running, air conditioning going on, and not trying to kill your dog in a hot car. So I'm assuming that he had the vehicle running, air conditioner on, cooling the dog down. The dog to be that jacked up, pumped up, and Officer Buckles testified, I believe, that she's a Malinois. They're excitable. They are. I have one. But still, if you're going to work and they're like that, they're not going to work to a peak level of proficiency.
If the dog had previously been placed, let me strike that. You're aware that Corsa was also trained in explosive detection.
Yes.
If the dog had previously been placed in an area where they would smell gunpowder, for example, do you think that could contribute to the stress of the dog?
Yes, I do.
In what way?
The dog knows the odor. I'm trained, I'm supposed to find this. But in that situation, Corsa was not allowed to go and find it. So it's
the police dog didn't hit on any trail.
Shell casings around here, but
so they're saying there was nobody there.
Go out and do my job. So that's stress. Dogs want to work. That's what they do.
Officer Buckles testified that that wouldn't happen because Corsa had a different harness for each one of her specific tasks.
I heard that testimony, and I do not agree with that one bit. If a dog is well trained, they don't need to have a different collar put on them. I mean, my wife cooks without an apron, but she also cooks with an apron. She doesn't need it to cook.
Has he seen his wife
This
is well
dog
trained?
doesn't need it to smell.
That was a bad analogy, I
It
think.
needs a little leeway to be able to respond and pinpoint, but it was prevented from doing that. At one point, he had to pick the dog up, carry it up the stairs so he didn't disturb evidence on the ground.
That's what I heard, Ashley.
All right. Do you want, should we start it back
Yes,
up again?
please.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter.
Mr.
Cheers.
Go back. Go back. Go back.
If we can stop it again. I will say, in the car, the dog was close to Officer Buckles himself, the uniform. Yes, you heard the dog. It was very close to his microphone. You can also see this leash, and I don't think I've heard exactly. Tracking leashes, tracking lines are typically 15 to 30 feet long. You can see the dog is quite a ways out in front of him. You can see that her mouth is open, and you can definitely hear her. That means she's trying to cool herself off. Dogs only sweat through the feet, and then the tongue coming out, not down the side, is getting more air onto it to help cool them down. The longer the tongue, the further out of the body it is, the hotter they are, the more they're trying to cool themselves down. They can't hide that. So those
Prosecution
things,
might think they can
when I
poke
first see
plenty of
this,
holes in
I'm
this.
going, okay, hot. And it could be during the drive over, maybe he was accelerating left, right, back, forth, brakes. Don't know if he would maybe had a siren on early, but then as he got closer, because there may be a criminal suspect in the area, turn it down. But the dogs may get pumped up because of the driving and the action of it.
Yeah, he's a dog trainer. He's trained police
And
dogs all over the world.
What we're
apparently.
seeing right now, the dog is not tracking right now. Is that correct?
That's correct. He's got the dog out to go potty, basically.
And to just be a dog, maybe?
Just be a dog, relax, get kind of like the sixth player on the bench coming off to come into the game, stretch, and get you loosened up before they start playing.
Standard operating procedure in dog handling?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
You want me to go ahead?
Yep, yes, yeah.
Sita.
Okay, if you can pause for a second. And it's probably been covered, but right here he's putting the tracking harness onto the dog. Going back to my training, originally, the RCMP, we put a harness on the dog, we attach the harness, we track. When I went to the German technologies, one of the things that we learned very early was putting a harness on and attaching, essentially, if this is the head and this is the back, and you attach the tracking line here, when the dog is going, puts their head down and starts to smell, you're pulling back. So what are you doing? You're pulling the head up. The dog has to work harder, then their speed picks up, and they try to pull to get down. In the German police, the leash goes down underneath, between the two front legs, attaches to the collar, And what happens there is when the dog puts the nose down, if they start to speed up and you pull back, you're basically touching the nose of the grass and going, maybe you should slow down. They go, oh, yeah, you're right. Maybe I should slow down, instead of being pulled up off of the ground. So although the harness is used widely in the United States, it is not entirely. And using one for drug detection and one for explosives is not scientifically based anywhere. It's not necessary.
So there's a different kind of harness that is better for dogs when they're tracking, that pulls their heads down as opposed to pulling them up.
And actually, we didn't even use a harness. We just attached to the collar they normally wore, choke chain, or what they call the fur saver collar. Kind of looks like a log chain, but finer links than that. And it just hooks underneath, and it's always on there. You don't have to go hunt around and do this because the bad guy's running away from you, and you got to attach a tracking harness because they don't know to track if there isn't a harness on them. And again, I was trained in that.
I don't know, dog owners.
And then I learned otherwise.
Do you have a special leash you use to take your dog on the
That
walk?
makes perfect sense.
And do they react as soon as they see
So
it?
the leash goes underneath the dog.
Yeah, it comes down and underneath the leg. You can see the silver on it, on her neck right
The dogs
there.
are smart. I don't
Actually,
know.
this is what's called a prong collar. There are points all around her neck. So when she pulls on that, it's pinching her, going, this hurts a little bit more. So I was never a fan. I did use them occasionally, but
There'll
I'm not
be
a big fan of them.
closing
I've seen them
statements.
abused on dogs.
And it will go
So
prosecution,
by
defense,
putting that
and prosecution
underneath,
on that.
you can grab your shirt and pull it down, or a watch, it's going to pull it down. Stick it on the back, it's going to pull it up. And it's not a good and accurate function of performing properly. It's just not good.
If you could continue, Mr. Scheer, thank you.
And again, if you stop, yes, the dog is directly in front of him at that point. But that was not relaxed, controlled breathing. That was rapid exhaustion or excitement. Okay.
Thank you.
Stop. I will also note, he put the tracking harness on. The dog's not acting any different in the tracking harness now than it was before the tracking harness went on. Still walking out in front, still open mouth, still breathing hard. Didn't put her nose down to the ground, start looking for a track. There's no difference in the actions of the dog here than beforehand. Sorry, go ahead. We can pause for just a second. In hot weather conditions, concrete is going to be hotter than grass. And he just walked from his vehicle to this point down the center of the concrete road. If you want to take your shoes off and walk in hot concrete sometime, you'll understand what is going on. And again, the only place a dog sweats is the pad to their feet.
Yeah, I think they're trying to pick
tongue
apart
being
how
out helps
the
them to
dog
cool.
was used. I'm not sure if they're
That's
saying
not
the
helping
dog
the
was
dog
wrong
move.
or anything, but just the handler might have not
Okay.
followed best practices or something.
Off.
We'll see where he goes here. Born a Hawkeye, yeah, that might be important, especially if we're talking about the dog overheating or something. I think he's trying to get that dog handler to enroll in his course. How to handle a police dog 101 or something.
Justin, are you coming with me? Hey, Justin, are you coming with me? Off. Off.
I'll stop it again right now. Obviously, she's excited. She wants to work. But
I
that's
think
not
it's,
helping her relax.
what,
Her
8
breathing
to
hasn't
10 o'clock
slowed
in the
down.
morning, somewhere in that range?
Not closed her mouth. She's excited. She jumped up on him. She's not responding immediately to commands to lay down, oft lay down. So his second command, then she breaks it, and then second or third command, she lays down again. It's stressful because the dog is getting up. It's stressful to the handler, and the dog's being corrected because it wants to go work, but I can't work because you want me to lay down. I want to go, and the dog's not rested, so it's not efficient to go. And he's waiting for his backup to go with him. Okay.
Yes, they do, Deb. I've seen police dogs with prong collars here in North Carolina.
Off.
Yeah, that breathing's very fast.
And stop, please. Right there, you saw her head. She was not laying down. She was in a sit position, so we had to put her back down again. And it's frustrating for a handler who has to continually put the dog back down because they want to go work, but I want you to lay down and wait for my backup. And it's frustrating for the dog who wants to go work, but can't because we got to wait for the backup, and I'm ready to go now, but the breathing hasn't slowed down. She's still fast, rapid, panting, and there's nothing through the nose. Okay.
I don't think you can testify there's nothing through the nose. I can breathe through my mouth and nose at the same time. See, I'm doing it right there. You couldn't tell, but...
Hey, Barbara, where are you at? If you want to come over here and walk with me, we can still do the back door from where I Justin got tied up.
figured if we're just working right here. But Sarge has been over to talk to this lady. Brown walked through, so we'll work that, but we can still view the back door. Justin went across the street and he was going to walk with me.
Stop right there. You can see her putting her head down. When she's doing that, there's less panting.
No, 7.
She
Don't
put it
clip
there
that.
in that little walkway between the bush and the street. She's doing it right here. The nose is down the ground. She's trying to track.
Has the track begun now?
He hasn't given a command, let's go track, Zook, as a rule, but she's been trained to track and her nose is down. She's either smelled something and her nose is down trying to follow it, or she's trying to find something to follow. And from this, right now, we don't know. If we play it, there's a little bit coming up here where the dog shoots off to the left, head down.
Could you just indicate when the track begins?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Off. Off. Alright, well, I guess we can go down. Brown took that path. I could work Yeah, he came down this way and got behind those trees to look in and see that the window was open. So I'll work that. We can work up in this yard here, but like I said, Sarge and all them will walk through here, so we can try on that way. But I mean, I don't know unless you had a way up there or a car up there, if this was actually some setup thing. Sierra Open Space Canine, anybody in the area, sound off, you will be bit by my dog.
He knows that a sergeant or someone officers have walked in the grass.
General announcement.
area.
You're about to get bit.
And to try and start a dog tracking.
Fur missile incoming.
Somebody you know isn't the suspect is not an ideal thing. Because you know, okay, somebody's been here, my dog tracks it, we're tracking the wrong person. So then what do? You have to correct the dog from doing what they're doing. They are not smelling human scent. They're not smelling, oh, this is a sergeant, there's the odor of the uniform's the same. There's nothing like that. It's, I smell disturbance, I'm going to track it. And if you know somebody on your side has just been through there, unless you think the sergeant did it, then you don't use it. It's contaminated.
Hey, on a globe, did he send the link to the burner phone? I'm not seeing it.
Track. He's now starting to give warnings, announcing what should be loud, clear, and audible, that it's the police department. We're out here with a dog, so you should let us know you're here so we don't bite you. Because if this dog finds you, the training method that they use, they find somebody, they're going to bite them. And that's why in the house he had to pick it up and carry it, and that was the safe.
There's a lawsuit.
To do inside the house. Absolutely. But out here, if there's a 6-year-old kid hiding in that
Hey,
bush
Vicky,
back
we
there,
think it's about 90
and the
degrees
dog
or so.
smells, that dog's going to bite that 6-year-old kid hiding in the bush.
So this might be an appropriate time to talk about when dogs track, what are they smelling?
When dogs are tracking, and again, I was taught dogs are tracking human scent, but they weren't able to track down the road after the person just laid it. Dogs, back in the early 1900s, the German police raised that question. What are dogs tracking? Are dogs tracking human scent, or are they tracking ground disturbance odors? They set up tests, and across the country, they took the best tracking dogs. They went over here, they ran a series of tests. The results are dogs are tracking ground disturbance odors.
Welcome back, Douglas. My internet had problems this morning, too.
There is, I can think of at least 5 different sets. Some of them I have run at seminars and had people whose dogs trained to track human scent, lay a track. Dog didn't successfully complete it because dogs aren't tracking human scent. Dogs are tracking ground disturbance odors.
So what do you mean by a ground disturbance odor? What do you mean?
You could reach down and grab a handful of grass, bring it up to your nose, and you'd smell a little grass. You take that in your hand and you rub it around, you're going to smell a lot more grass. Now, a human, the scale of our nose smelling abilities, a dog has 17 times more mass in their nose to smell than a human does. That's a lot. So they're smelling ground disturbance. I have taken dog handlers and blindfolded them. I've laid a track, I've turned them around, put them in the area, and on their hands and knees, using their nose, have been able to follow where I laid the track. And it wasn't, gee, just a quick walk. It was kind of like what Officer Buckles described he did when he started tracking. A lot of disturbance, but they're able to do it with their nose, not their eyes. And again, you pull that up and you crinkle that grass, you're going to smell like the lawnmower just cut it. You're going to smell it. That's what the dogs are smelling. It's just, again, they've got 17 times the mass that the human has, and that depends on the dog and the size of the dog. But we're talking about working dogs who love to work and want to work versus, I mean, I can't smell anything. My daughter can smell everything. But
Ginger, they're using this dog to try to find the intruder that they're told about around the house.
If that's all that a dog can smell, then how is it that they don't get confused by cross tracks, which are also ground disturbance odors?
they do get confused by cross tracks, but it depends on the cross track. If the suspect or in the training track is laid at 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Abby.
And they're going to start their track at 9:40, but at 9:39 somebody walks across
Roxanne,
that.
here's the address right there.
The dog will come to that point and go, oh, wait a minute, that's fresher. That's different than what I was following. And they'll almost always take the direct straight path or the path of the track. If track
they don't find one.
Pounds,
sorry to spoil it for you.
Is 90
They
pounds,
didn't find any evidence of an intruder outside with the dog.
Go, ooh, that's not as much.
There's a lawsuit.
This other track that I have been on for a period of time. So dogs learn to pick up and distinguish.
The internet got a little better, so we tried again. So far, it's still working, Cachette. Hopefully, it'll last throughout the day.
Age of the disturbance, whether it's older or newer than the track they're on. So
yeah,
that's
he was all bundled up.
So it's not, as Officer Buckles testified, that there was human scent involved, and that's how a dog distinguishes between one track and another.
And that's correct. It is not there. I was taught there's human scent, and then I found out there isn't. And again, the tracking experiment.
The dog has been in the house where there was blood.
Carl's.
So it's possible. I think he addressed that earlier.
KARLSHORSTER. And that's one word.
The state's rested. The defense has started. This is a dog expert who's trying to pick apart the dog's work he did here around the house.
And they did some amazing things trying to figure out human scent or ground disturbance. That was the question.
And I hate to keep, but there's one more I think we need to address here. When the dog, how does a dog actually find the track? Does the dog's nose have to go over it, or can they smell adjacent tracks just through the air and find the track themselves? Do you understand my question?
I believe I do, and I'll answer if it's not. When a dog is started from a track, we used a tracking ritual, laid the dog down, kind of look out like, gee, hook the leash on, and then start the track, which Officer Buckles kind of did in this situation. Had the dog down and finally connected the leash to the harness. So then the dog goes out. That track may be 6 inches in front, or it may be 66 feet in front of them. But they have to learn. Oh, there it is. And then you see their head drop, and then they start to follow. They may go left and go, oh, wait a minute. It's getting older.
I haven't heard
Dogs
if any
can
neighbors
track
heard anything. I didn't hear anything about
within
that.
a few steps, know if they are going to the.
I would not
where
be
it
surprised
came
if
from,
no neighbors heard
or
gunshots.
They went this way. I need to go this way. And basically, I tell people, think of a coyote or a wolf in the wild. They're hungry. They smell a rabbit track. they're going to track it. Well, they smell and they start to go and they go, wait a minute, that's where the rabbit came from. There's no rabbit, and there's no dinner over there. So they're going to turn and go with the track, and then they can smell, oh, it's getting fresher, milliseconds, but it's getting fresher. So they're going to go with that, stay with that, and they're going to hope they catch dinner.
Okay. So the dog can be within a couple of steps of the track and it can smell it from that distance?
Yes, and it can be depending on the wind. They may be further away. They may have to be, if it's still, they may have to be almost right on top of it to pick it up. Somebody smoking a cigarette in this room, which they shouldn't do, it's because of the size, it's going to take a while to kind of, but if they're up there and the wind is blowing this way, you're going to smell it and further away, and that may take you back to it. It would take the dog back towards the source of the odor.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt all that. Are you ready?
We can go back to video, but especially after lunch, I like to take a quick break. We've been going about an hour, so why don't we just, not a long break, why don't we just all stand and take a quick stretch?
So I want to show something during the break while they're stretching here. This is from Young Thug the other day, the trial down with all the gangsters. Okay, it's a big RICO trial, so we're going to keep the audio going in the background.
Just as an aside off the record, I will say, I had a German minor in college. I've been an attorney and a lawyer now for 23 or 24 years. I think this is the first time that German minor is actually paid off.
Okay, let me show you this video. There's no sound here with it, or at least just noise.
I'm rusty, so am I.
The guy in the red jacket,
All right.
That's a Young Thug. Watch the dude in the back, right there, the back corner. He grabs something.
Were we ready to play the video again, Mr. Johnson?
Here he comes.
Okay.
He grabs something.
I believe so.
Stands up, walks up here, heads up to Young
Oh,
Thug.
I just wanted to remark for the record.
Bailiff's watching him, eyes on him. He's like, hey, man, how's it going? Shakes hands with him. Bailiff's like, what's in your hand? Grabs it.
You're up as police canine. Anybody in the area, sound off or you will be bit by my dog.
I think, anyway, that he was handed Percocet. It was a drug deal right there in the courtroom. Pretty crazy to watch. Young Thug's trying to add to his charges, I guess.
Last and final warning. Cedar Rapids Police Canine. Anybody in the area, sound off. You will be bit by my dog.
The officer's like, I'm here. You got me, right?
Where's the yard first?
Yeah, the dog's clearly working now.
If we can pause it for one moment. I will point out, when that dog's, shortly after he started out, head was down, she was hunting for it. Head came up a little higher. There's nothing to smell down low, so I'm going to come up higher. When she goes off to the side and down, her head actually wasn't, but he never ever took a step to go with her. And then when she came back up close to the house, her head hit the ground for just a short period of time, came, and then she spun and then went back out. So the handler, and he's trained with her now, I think a couple of years by that point in time. So he's knowing her better, what she's going to do. But you have to always consider everything that they're doing. And if they go off to a side, you may have to step with them because they may not be to the odor yet, but they're smelling it. But if they hit the end of the leash, that's a leash correction to a dog. And so if they hit the end and they come back here, is it because there wasn't anything out there? Or is it because, oh, he just corrected me, so I'm going to come back? And right now, you don't know, I don't know, because I haven't seen this dog enough at this point to know what's going on.
Are you talking about when the dog dove down into the brushy area?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And I'll again point out, sorry, that dog is halfway out in front of him on what I assume to be a 30-foot leash. You can hear her breathing. That's not arrested breath. It's not cool. The mouth's not closed. There's no odor going in the nose. Okay.
No, I'm liking it too. I just wish it didn't have so many interruptions. John, good to have you here. Thanks for becoming a subscriber. Once you're here, you can't leave, though. We adopt you and never let you go.
If we can pause it. The green grass, again, lawnmower, you're going to smell it. Lawnmower runs over the top of those rocks. There's not much disturbance that's going to come out from that. It's much harder to track on, I don't know what you would call that.
Was it freshly mowed?
On gravel, there's just not that much disturbance. Crushed vegetation, there's a whole bunch more. If you get into areas where there's a lot of bark from trees they're using for landscape material,
I got you,
there's
Lindsay.
not going to be as much disturbance because that bark is dead. It's not fresh and growing like grass is.
And did you see any documentation as to the amount of times that Corsa had trained over a rock or gravel?
I never saw a reference that I laid a track down a rock path ever, and that should be documented.
Thank you.
We need to talk to these construction workers, though, at some point. Make sure no one, she's not picking anything up coming through here, so.
Now, right there, her nose was down.
Yeah.
By that tree. Her nose was down, she worked. He started talking, head came up. I don't know what, nobody knows what was there. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, and I'll watch it and I'll work the wood line, or that path line.
It doesn't seem to be working right then. Now it's working again. Yeah, if they started with their best evidence, this is not a good defense.
If we can pause it right there. Corsa went down off to that side. She's back in there. And unless I'm just hearing things, he said, come. She was down there. His hands are up. They're moving. He never steps with her to say, okay, what have you got? Let's experiment and find out.
What is it, Lassie? What is it?
He stayed up on, I'm assuming, the rock path. And then she comes back.
And just, again, for the record, we're at the 90508 part, I believe. And the house that's visible there is the house in question. Is that right?
Yes.
And before that time, we have been in the neighbor's yard. Would that be right?
That's correct.
All right.
Now, I will also state, so that it is out, not too long, there is going to be an item. I still don't know what it is. It kind of looks like a bucket, And she comes up and around there, she puts her head down, not once, but 2 different times. And I don't know what it is, but it's something to be aware of and look for, and it's one of the things I saw straight away. So, I'm ready.
Dogs indicate differently, though. Even police dogs. Some will scratch, some
Good
will
girl.
bark, some will sit and point. Some will... And do we know what this dog's indicator is? If they detect something that they're looking for?
There's, and I don't know if it's a bucket, I don't know if it's a trash can. There was one just about immediately on his right-hand side. She ain't paying attention to it. There's another one out in front. And I think, but it's been a while since I've watched the video, I think that's the one she pays attention to in a short period of time. Okay. Her head is down, she's working, her mouth is closed, she's smelling. So that's a difference from what we have been seeing. Okay. Now we stop. Officer Buckles did not go with her. She's 30 feet out in front of him. He's standing on the rockway. He has not stepped out with her, even though she has showed her head down to the ground, smelling intently, and then she goes off there. He's staying where he's at. He's not walking through. I'll refer to it as the forest. Okay.
So what is the consequence of that? What does that mean that he didn't do that?
That means if she has an odor that she's trying to track, he's not. And he's stopping her because of that tracking line, not going any further. Wait. Okay, she came back to me. And the dog is like out there.
The officers
trying to
testified,
go,
I think, day one. We missed that part.
Be interpreted
as far
by the
as
dog
live
as
for us.
a correction.
Yeah, not much of a
Easily
forest.
be interpreted as a correction of the dog. They hit the end of that leash, that's a correction.
Okay, thanks.
Come here.
They seem to be working the area pretty good. Yeah, we'll do a poll here later today, I think, if you remind me. Let's wait till this gets done. Cachette, they're looking for any sign of intruder who might have fled through this area or entered through this area. The dog's looking for a trail, a human scent. It's fresh. We're deep in the forest now. Deep in the forest.
If we can pause, it's much easier to see what she is doing out in the open, crushed vegetation, back into the forest area with the tree overgrowth and the bush overgrowth. So out in here, it's easier to see what she's doing. You can still hear her now, several minutes later, panting, mouth is open, not breathing through the nose. Okay.
Of course not. Good girl. What? Okay. Good girl.
Okay, so we can pause. That is, I think, the second time right in that same area where he said, like, good girl. And that is an area, my memory and understanding is where officers came in on the backside of that house, down the side and over. But she's gone over there. He's said it twice. And if you hear, he's wearing gloves because that nylon leash is running through his hands and you kind of hear a end of it. Not wearing nylon or not wearing gloves and that nylon, you get burnt fingers. I've seen that happen. So, but she's going around to get her, at least her head is kind of pointed down, but the mouth is still open.
Yeah, Deb, he sort of said that
Frankly,
because the mouth was
point,
open, the dog wasn't
I would
smelling.
have said my dog is too hot. I am not even going to try and track because the dog isn't going to be able to track anything anyway.
So that's the gist of his testimony right there.
Sorry.
Dog's too hot, can't track. So I don't know if the state's going to call a rebuttal witness. Yeah, he's saying the dog can't track, but at the same time, the dog is finding scents and stopping and smelling things. So it's smelling something.
Oh. Good girl. Good girl.
open the mouth, the further the tongue is hanging out, the hotter, more exhausted the dog is. And like a person, they can have heat stroke or heat exhaustion as well. So
They've already had the
that
other
dog should
canine
have been stopped
handler
before,
testify, I believe.
just for safety of the dog's sake, and it wasn't working, so, okay.
Said, are you tired? Get a little ASMR here while we hear the dog panting. Yeah, they can usually bring a rebuttal witness if there's something testified to that wasn't in the initial part of the trial that counters what the defense brought out. Debbie, we're still waiting. By the most generous count, California has till Tuesday next week to get documents and that request back to me. I have not seen them yet.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm not sure how long we sit here, but glad the dog's getting a little rest in the shade.
If we pause, I don't think you ever get up and move again. In fact, I think when this video ends, there were several more minutes where they might have moved a little bit, but they stayed down. They're not going to be tracking. That dog would not be capable of tracking. It would be a health risk to even try it beyond this point.
The dog, though, would you agree, does appear to pick up a couple of law enforcement scents during that track?
Yes, up over by the wall, it paid attention, then the nose dropped, and that's according to what was said. The officers came down that side of the house and up to the back door.
And I believe around the gravel path, there was a tree where Officer Buckles said, "Good girl."
Yes, right towards the kind of the beginning, yeah.
And would that would have also been consistent where an officer recently was?
My memory is he said that there was an officer who'd come up over by there and gone to look at the back door to make sure nobody was in there coming out.
Does the odor of crushed vegetation wane or lessen over time?
Yes, it does. It's dependent on temperature, humidity, wind. It's going to be strongest once it's laid, done. But the odor is going to stay there.
But then as it ages, and wind current may affect it, no wind current, it's going to come pretty much straight up. But, so it does affect it. The grass starts to heal. It mends.
Mr. Johnson, are we done with this video?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Video's
fine.
done.
And turn the lights back up.
Aziz, or sorry, Terry, lights.
Okay.
The guy's just like, hey, lights just came on.
Mr. Hyan, in your opinion as an expert in police canines and their handling, was Corsa handled in a way that gives you any confidence that someone did not flee out the back door of that residence 40 minutes earlier?
No, doesn't give me any confidence. The area of importance wasn't checked.
And what do you mean by the area of importance?
Suspect was purportedly fled out the back door. He didn't come up to the area of the back door into the grass and deploy his dog to smell the grass. Nobody's going to be able to teleport themselves from the back across the grass and over into the forest. They have to run across there to get there. So whether they came and went straight out or went at a right-hand angle or a left-hand angle or went out into the grass and pivoted and turned a different direction, that's where the track's going to be. That's where you're going to start it and be able to follow it. You start out there, number one, it started on a police officer's track, and he stopped the dog from it. So now the dog was doing the right thing, tracking, oh, I'm going to stop you from doing it. Dogs don't stop, that's a correction. So then they go, but when the dog is showing interest in areas, he doesn't go with the dog. He lets it go down that little hill instead of going with the dog to try and find out. The grass vegetation area outside the door, if somebody fled across, that's where they would have left. And he did not state, and nothing was ever presented to me that said, all the officers ran through the grass coming up to the back of the house. They came down the one side, opposite side of the house that he came down. But there wasn't ever mention of people walking back and forth across the back of the yard or the backyard.
So in your mind, it would have been important to start from the back door and work out towards the woods?
Yes.
Was there any other direction that you might have checked with the dog?
I would have, all that grass area, the backyard, start 10 feet from the house or 10 feet from the concrete, whatever the walkways are, out. So if they smell and they, hey, to the right, we got something because the officers came from the trees up. Well, if they did, but there was no information that they did. So that's where I would have gone, to the grass, and checked what would be contaminated, especially they had to come out of that door.
And any concerns, again, about the time lapse that had been if this event had occurred at 8:20 and the dog is tracking at 9 o'clock? Any concerns about that?
The odor starts to wane. Now, it's still there, but the way that dog is breathing, she's not going to pick it up as if she just came out of an air-conditioned car and all relaxed and going, okay, let's go.
Yep, those are the forest.
Hot, panting.
Now the woods. Into the woods.
Olfactory system, the smelling system is in the nose. It's not in the mouth. So when she does close and smell, she's actually smelling something. The rest of the time it's open panting, she's not smelling.
And did you also see evidence in that video that Corsa might have found a track that was not pursued?
Yes. And I don't know if those were trash cans. It kind of looked like that on this screen. My screen didn't show that quite that well.
He's probably
she
from
went
the
around
desert.
it.
All those trees.
Then there was a second time, and I didn't mention it, and I apologize. She came around. She didn't spend as much time the second time around that same, apparently, trash can. And then the time before where she was up and then went over the edge and into the kind of heavy vegetation area. Don't know
but didn't follow up and say, okay, let's go check it out. You know, go with the dog 15, 30 feet, and the dog lifts its head up and go, oh, no, there was nothing here. Let's go this way. Then you know. But if you don't go, you don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. I guess that's his version of if the glove doesn't fit.
I'm going to, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you Mr. Hyland's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit J.
Here's another Defense Exhibit J.
And I took the liberty of highlighting a couple of paths. Would that be a rough approximation of where Corsa was taken in her track that day?
Yes, that would be.
In other words, she was taken out wide paths in the neighbor's yard around.
So it's showing a map of the yard and sort of guessed at where the dog went.
What we saw as the gravel pathway.
Yeah, I referred to it the forest, but yes.
Okay. Move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit J.
Any objection to J? No, Your Honor. All right, Defendant's Exhibit J is admitted.
And then with respect, you have approach again.
You may. And you don't need to ask again with your witness.
Defendant's Exhibit H, which has been previously admitted, is that, would you recognize that as a picture of the backyard?
Yes, from the back of the house out towards the rock pathway, yes.
And could you indicate on that picture for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you would have searched in that area, and this is the back door over here?
Okay. I would have started my dog between the tree and the house along here trying to pick up disturbance of the suspect who fled the house. I would not have started back here trying to find, because then are you going to find the suspect came to the house through there, or did they run out and you don't know which one you've got? And up here, close to the house, as long as you know the officers didn't step across there, you're going to pick something up, short vegetation that's got a lot of odor, they're going to pick up on. So that's where I would have started.
And would Corsa's panting have been a reason why she could pick up fresher odors but not older odors?
Yes, because there's more, on a fresher odor, there's going to be more odor than on something that's been there 40 minutes.
Going back to Defendant's Exhibit J, if you could hold it like that. Is there another area that you would have searched going out? Let me strike that. If the intruder had left going this way, that's brick patio, right?
Yeah.
And then gone out this way off the brick patio. Of course, I've been able to detect that.
And that is actually right in this area where you were, sorry. In the area that you were pointing, there's some shrubbery there, the road there, and there was a narrow strip of grass. And as you recall, I pointed out, she put her head down, she was going. So we don't know who walked through there, but somebody did. Her head was down.
The attorneys should wear these right here.
And then
this
it came up. But again, the open mouth, and then
it's a microphone. It's a little bit bigger. It's about a 50-cent piece size.
We don't know if
do the
that,
clip on with a magnet,
because dogs
like this,
cannot crack on
or with a
asphalt
clip.
concrete. There's no
And
disturbance.
It works for about 700
there.
feet.
We don't
Gets
know
your
if
voice beautifully.
whoever she was
transmits through a receiver.
trailing fell. Hey, I'm going to
Got a couple of them. They're really good.
Don't know. They didn't ever walk back over there because he originally started from this area. She came down here. If somebody walked across here, it was never checked out.
And maybe you're aware of this or you're not, but there is a Nest video from the neighbor across the cul-de-sac that would have encompassed part of the Scarlet Road area. So that, if the person had gone out into here, that video probably would have picked that up. Could the suspect have fled this way? No.
Yeah, it just depends on the angle of the camera. So.
And would you have searched alongside Scarlet Oak northeast?
On this side, yeah, I would have run that too. In fact,
Side of that street?
yes.
Thank you.
But my dog would have to be rested to do it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, here's cross.
Mr. Scheer, cross-examination?
Your Honor, would this be a good time, or do you want to take a break?
I'm okay to keep, you folks okay to keep going? I was gonna wait till close to 3, so if you need a break, Mr. Sheriff, we're happy to take one.
No, I'm all right.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hyen.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
See what happens.
I am well, thank you.
Just want to kind of go over some questions about your experience and your training with your CV, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell me the last time that you actually were a K-9 officer, that you had a K-9 partner?
Last time I handled a dog, I was with the sheriff's office in Nebraska.
What year was it the last time you handled a dog?
In 91.
What was your K-9's name?
His name was Heinz.
And what type of certifications did you have?
We had the internationally recognized German police dog standards, the PSP 1 for apprehension, tracking, agility, obedience, and PSP 2 for drug detection.
So you were, as you put, a dual-purpose dog for tracking and narcotics. Is that correct?
Well, no, it's not. It's close. He did tracking, criminal apprehension, certified in obedience and agility. And it's not narcotics, it's drug work, because the only narcotic they're trained to find is heroin, but they also find cocaine, methamphetamine, and marijuana. Those are not narcotics.
Point is, though, you were dual purpose, meaning that your dog had multiple purposes, correct?
Yes.
And that was, as you state, drugs and tracking, correct? With other things, but the main things were drug and tracking.
Well, the main things were apprehension, and all of the things is important.
So Mike's
So
light
the
up
last
when they're
time that
on.
you were
They can be turned off and the red
certified
light
canine
turns off.
officer was 1991, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure when you were a certified canine officer that you did hours of training throughout the week to make sure that your canine partner was ready to go. Safe to say?
Yes.
Because it's important for you and your officer, you and your canine partner to be in sync with one another, correct?
You need to know what the dog is going to do, and you need to be able to read them, yes.
Yes, I mean, as you said, the dog is a better, basically, officer than a human. You should trust the dog more, right?
Well, not that you need to trust the dog more, you need to know how to read the dog and know how to maintain the dog. The dog needs to be maintained properly.
Absolutely. That's why it's important to do training throughout the week, correct?
With the dog, it's going to be working in the street, yes.
Yes, your partner. So it's important for the handler to know that dog's signs, tells, breathing ability, tracking, everything, right?
Well, now you're talking about a handler. Are you talking about me or a handler?
Well, I guess I'm talking about a canine officer that has a canine partner. Isn't it important for them to be able to train with each other, correct?
The degree is much different.
Okay.
A trainer that knows what they're doing, trains dogs and been trained to train dogs and train handlers, knows and sees and reads what that dog is doing at all times. A dog handler is a dog handler.
Okay.
That is, let me please finish
Hold on.
answering.
Yeah, just let me.
That is a
sir, hold on.
huge difference in being able to read a dog as a handler and being able to read a dog as an instructor, as a judge that's been trained to evaluate it.
Okay.
That's different.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm just talking about a regular canine officer that we have, Officer Buckles, so we're all on the same page, okay?
Okay.
It's
you
getting
mentioned
testy.
You were talking about me, so okay.
Well, were you originally a canine officer?
Yes, I was.
Oh, so let's just stick with when you were a canine officer then, okay? So was it important that you and your canine worked and trained with each other?
Yes.
Because it's important for you to learn your tells and signs and notifications by your canine, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
So you don't understand that it's important for you to be able to tell if your canine's alerting to something or not?
Yes, it's important for every well-trained handler to know.
So rightfully so is why you do a lot of training, right?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Well, when you first get a canine, you guys are not necessarily know how to work with each other. You have to learn by doing training, right?
Correct.
So it's not like, here is your canine, go hit the streets, right?
It shouldn't be, but there are those that do that.
And absolutely, that's dangerous, you would agree, right?
Absolutely.
So that's why you have these weeks of training to make sure that you become familiar with your canine and your canine becomes comfortable with you. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that if the training is proper and well done, that is important.
And the best person to know about how their canine works, operates, is the person that handles that canine day to day. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so
That is why.
sir?
No, let me finish.
No, you answered my question.
That is why the
Objection, Your Honor.
judge
He's becoming argumentative.
evaluates the actions of the dog handler.
Sir, he just asked you.
You asked a yes or no, and you said absolutely
Want to
not.
add some clarification, Mr. Johnson will be able to ask, but he asked, I think you answered his question.
You did.
I understand, but I think he went beyond the question.
You did.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And sir, if you could just please listen to my questions, and I'm sure if
Please
your
pay attention, sir.
defense counsel has follow-up, he'll ask you follow-up, okay, sir? And so you're disagreeing that someone that handles the dog day in, day out would not understand the dynamics of that dog. You're disagreeing with that, right? Well, I just asked a new question, so I'm...
The dog handler is a dog handler. They're not going to know what an instructor and what a trainer and what a judge knows.
And the last time you
He judges
presented
dogs.
at a training seminar was 2016 at a county prosecutor convention in the state of New Jersey, correct?
That was a statewide for county prosecutors.
So, like I said, that's the last time you presented was 2016, right?
No, I believe, and I don't know that it's on the record, I also did a presentation in Nebraska for, I think it was defense attorneys, but I don't believe it's on here.
What year would that be then?
It would have been like 2018,
Okay.
17, 18.
So around the 2016, give or take a couple years then, correct?
Yes,
And the last law enforcement training you attended was 1989?
if that's what's on there, then yes.
The last police service dog school you attended was in 1991?
Yes,
The last police service dog training seminar you again attended was 1990 with legal issues?
if that's a question, yes.
Your last major contract was in 1999, correct?
No, actually, after that, I did the Kansas Patrol, and, no, I guess Kansas Patrol was revitalized 7 years before that. South Dakota Patrol up until 2003.
Okay, I'm just...
It's right down there.
See that. And then the last professional experience was in 2016, the thing that you already talked about in the Southern District of Illinois in direct examination, right?
And what examination?
The last professional experience you list on your CV is in 2016, right? I guess he's got 2020. Excuse me, you actually have one up to 2020, correct?
I don't know. What page are you on?
Your last page, sir, where it says 1996 to 2020.
Well, that's now 2023, because I'm still doing that. And
She hasn't
what
updated
is
his resume in
not
3 years.
listed was when the prosecutor's office, Northern District of Illinois, which would have been after 2016, had me evaluate the currency seizure and then write a protocol for currency dogs to detect odor coming off of currency. That would have been after 2016.
What year was that then?
After 2016, but I don't remember what date. what
Okay,
year.
so your CV is not up to date then.
It needs to be updated.
But it's important to maintain up-to-date information about training canines. You'd agree with that, right?
And I do.
Okay, so the last ones that you did was, what was the last year that you did a training?
Just a couple of weeks ago, I went on the internet and I read items. I read items in regards to this case.
Conducted a training or
As far as
participated
dog
in training?
smelling and detection, tracking. I can do a lot of that stuff. I am not a member of any canine organization, nor do I wish to be at this point, because I don't agree with the standards of NAPA-WADA, USPCA, NNDDA,
He's an outlier.
North American Police Canine Association. The standards are flawed.
This is very good, Cross.
They don't do, none of these agencies do training of the people of the dog units. They do certifications of them. And there are so many that have come up now. It used to be basically two, United States Police Canine Association and NAPA-WADA, North American Police Work Dog Association. There was the German standard. And now, after Florida v. Harris, you have to be a bona fide agency, association, which means a kennel in Indiana started Blue Warrior certifications to certify their dog teams to a bona fide standard because they said they were bona fide. So all of these are not certifiable.
Yes, this is a defense expert
I'm not
witness.
going to agree to their standards that are subpar and handlers that are not well trained.
Understand that, but I don't think that was anywhere near a question I asked, but that's okay. Because you agree with the German standards
makes us look
that you
bad.
testified, right?
I agree with them, and there are others.
Okay. What are the other ones you agree with?
They're just different organizations that use strict standards. It may not be to the German methodologies, but the results are similar.
I don't think they paid him yet.
If it's not
They might
something
not.
similar to the German standards, you don't like it, do you?
That's not it.
But no, it's a simple.
It's not that I don't like to do them, it's that I don't think they're right. They don't protect the people, they don't protect the dog handlers, and they're exposing the dog handlers to injury, and they're inflicting more pain onto people when the dogs are apprehending them.
It sounds like you don't like it then, right?
That's why I'm not a member.
Because you don't like them, right?
Because I don't like the standards, it's not right.
But there are hundreds of standards throughout this country, aren't there?
I don't know the numbers.
But there's more than just the German one, right?
Yes.
And agencies throughout this country use all kinds of different standards, correct?
They do.
And doesn't mean that you agree with them because you agree with the German ones, but just because an agency doesn't use a German standard doesn't mean that they're not certified.
Seriously. Answer Me TV.
Correct.
First of all,
Well,
thanks for being here in chat. I haven't seen you
certification
before. If I missed you, I
is-
apologize. He
I'm
does
not
seem
gonna
very high on
agree that
himself.
somebody
His opinion
is
is
certified
very
because
good.
they walked around
of
and
when he
there's
looks
no
in the
written
mirror.
documentation to prove, as in this situation where we got a NAPA-WADA certificate saying the dog was certified to track, dog team was certified to track, but there's no records anywhere provided what the track was, if they made a right turn, left turn, if the dog was directly on it, the handler read it, there wasn't any evidence on the track that the dog should have alerted to and indicated to the handler, there's human evidence here. There's nothing except for a piece of paper that says they're certified.
So
Nothing.
your opinion
There
then
is
is
nothing.
So your opinion then is NAPA-WADA just hands out certifications just for the heck of it then, right?
I'm saying there's no justification behind what they do. I'm saying that there is no way to recreate what they did because there's no records of it. And
That's
let me
your
finish.
opinion though, correct?
No, that's not my opinion, that's fact. As Shallow Creek Kennels, which is the ones that trained
The lawyer laughed.
female officer, Amy
Sir,
Schumer.
I'm going to stop you because this has nothing to do with my
She
question.
trained a-
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness, listen to my questions, please, because this has nothing to do with the question I
I do
asked
think
him.
this is going beyond the answer to the question at this point.
I think the
Go
witness
ahead,
is starting to
Mr. Chair, ask
pant.
the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. And once again, Mr. Hyatt, I do appreciate your willingness to listen and just please try to answer my question, okay, sir? You're not an expert on biology for dogs, are you?
No, I'm not.
Have you heard of the Jacobs organ for a dog?
The Jacobs organ?
Yes.
Hey,
No.
You-
It's in regards to smelling. I don't know about it, but I believe I've heard about it.
That there is a connection
This is what
from
Tina
the mouth to
Pruitt
the
just sent me.
nose in a dog. You do know that that exists, right?
That doesn't commit to the dog being able to smell through that.
Thank you, but I was just asking, you do know that exists, right?
Yes.
And that you would agree that dogs smell way better than we can smell, right?
Yes.
And that they breathe different than we do too, correct?
No.
So you disagree that dogs can breathe through their mouth and exhale at the same time? You don't agree with that?
Are you saying, you're saying they do it different than us?
Yes, meaning we have to take a breath in and then exhale. Dogs can do it at the same time. You're disagreeing with that?
I don't know about that.
And you agree that dogs can smell all kinds of different types of odors, correct?
Yeah, that's kind of obvious. Yes.
There was a point
Well, I mean,
when the
they can
witness
smell,
matched
like, gunpowder,
Terry's shirt,
right?
but now he's a little more
Yes.
red.
Drugs.
Soon he will
correct?
match the microphone.
Yes.
Bombs, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that they can smell cancer?
Yes.
They can smell coronaviruses?
Yes.
They can smell pregnancies?
Yes.
They can smell change of emotion?
Yes.
They can smell bed bugs?
Yes.
They can smell heat?
I'm not aware of that one.
They can smell diabetes?
I'm sorry.
Diabetes? Like that being diabetic, they can smell that in a
Diabetes.
person? Do you know that?
I've never heard it pronounced that way.
I'm aware they can, yes.
And that they can smell for natural disasters that are coming?
Yes.
But they can't smell human odor?
Yeah, they can.
But you just told us earlier today that they can't smell human odor.
No, I didn't say that.
Read it back.
You
Court
didn't
clerk.
say that they can't smell human odor at all during your direct examination?
I said there is no human odor falling off on a track for the dogs to follow. There is no scientific research or test that's ever been done to confirm that.
Yeah, diabetes. Spell diabetes. Diabetes.
So you're saying they can't track human scent, but they can track human odor.
Okay, I may have missed what you said.
Well, I must have missed what you said because you told me that they can't track
Could you
human.
repeat your question and I'll answer it, but I couldn't hear what you said.
I asked you if dogs could smell human odor, and your answer was they can, correct?
Yes.
But previously, in your testimony, you said dogs can't track human scent, correct?
Correct. I said there's no human scent left on a track.
So I guess I'm confused. What's the difference that dogs can't smell human track left over and then they then can smell human track? Can you explain that to me?
Do you want an explanation?
Yes, please.
If you bring a dog in here, they'll smell a human odor, and they'll go to the human that they want to go to because they smell the odor. That is different than somebody who walks down a path, especially going across concrete, asphalt, hard surface. Then you bring a dog, they are not going to follow that person step for step across that concrete or asphalt or roadway, whatever it is. So that is the dogs track ground disturbance. Odors, crushed vegetation, dirt, mud, but on asphalt and concrete, there is nothing disturbed to be smelling. If there was human odor, then the dogs would have smelled it. My dog, who competed in the International Police Dog Championships in tracking and placed in the top 75 because he was successful, he was about in middle of the scores,
Top 75
could
out of
not
100.
track me after I laid tracks across concrete and asphalt. But if they're tracking human scent, he ought to know my odor. Sure as heck should have been able to follow me. It's not possible because it isn't possible.
So it's possible, but it's not possible that they can track human odor, then, is what you're saying.
No, I said it's not possible because it's not possible.
Are you aware of a study done in 2014 by the Forensic Science International where they had experiments with canines that did track human odor that had fallen off people?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of a study done in 2004 in Holland where they were successfully able to track human odor and scent off of concrete over an hour after it happened? Are you aware of that study?
I'm not aware of that study either.
So there are,
Was it the Holland Police that did that?
sir, I'm just going to ask the questions, okay?
And
So
I just wanted clarification on your question.
the Holland, I've asked you if you're aware of the study, and you're
So
not.
you're not, okay. I'm
It's
not
the,
aware.
it is the Holland Police, sir, and if you just please, once again, listen to my questions.
I
So-
listened to it.
So you're not aware of those
Oh, this is
scientific
good.
studies?
I'm not aware of those studies.
So there are scientific studies out there that you're not completely up to date on, are you?
I don't know if they're scientific studies because I'm not aware of those studies.
And you've never dealt with Corsa personally, have you?
That's correct.
You just have
Corsa's the
personally
dog.
just observed a little body cam footage from June 15th, 2021, correct?
Of her, yes.
Of her. You didn't observe any of the other officer body cams from that day, did you?
I was not presented with them, so I did not.
And you were giving tracking records that Corsa performed for training too, that you reviewed, correct?
I was given forms
At
that
this
said
point, we need to
tracking
bring the
and
dog up into the witness stand and just start
had less
asking the
than adequate
questions.
information on them, yes.
And saying,
But
speak.
and were you given police reports?
Yes.
And did you review any Ring doorbell cameras for this case?
Not given any.
Sarah, this is cross-examination of
And
defense
you were-
witness, so this is
Did a
prosecutors
thorough examination
questioning
of
the
those
defense
reports,
witness.
correct? Police reports?
Yes.
Thorough examination of those, as you call, inadequate tracking records, correct?
Very.
Thorough examination of that video that we just watched?
His ears
Many
are so
times,
red. Isabel, you're right. They're almost as red as
And-
the microphone.
Mr. Johnson had you hold up an exhibit of where you would have begun the tracking. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
No, I do not.
Go ahead. Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. If he leans forward and puts his ears next to the microphone, you'll see
Can
just
you
how close
once again
the
hold
colors
up the exhibit and tell me what exhibit letter that is that you show the jury where you would have started your tracking?
This Exhibit H.
And can you once again point for us where you would want to start your tracking?
The house is setting up here. You got concrete. I would have attempted tracks 10 to 15 feet away from the distance there to the house. I don't know that distance, but I would have started my dog in this area because whoever left, if they fled out, had to go that way. If they'd have gone that way, they'd have gotten caught on dash or video cam. And I was told that if they came around this side of the house, also would have been caught on camera.
And it's important to do a track where there would not be any contamination, right?
That's the only way.
DW,
So
the
are you
camera's
aware
just
of
in a
the
bad
area you
spot to
showed
show
us
him. and There's
exactly
only one
where
camera
law
in the courtroom.
enforcement and paramedics came from?
That is what I said previously, is that it wasn't clarified.
This expert was not at the scene.
Officer Buckles said that he and the other gentleman with him came down this side, and that the other officers came around the side of the house and up.
But the area you pointed, you have no idea that that actually is an area that was contaminated, do you?
There was no information given by Officer Buckles that that area was contaminated by any officer or the rescue personnel, EMTs, who were up towards the front of the house.
Well, that's why Officer Buckles didn't start his track there, though. You do understand that, right?
No, it's not in there.
But if you would have got more information, you would have been able to see by other body cams, sir, that there was other contamination there. Would you agree with that?
If the information was there, then I would have known that that area was contaminated.
So then you would not have started a track there if it was contaminated,
No,
right?
then I would have started further away from the immediate house, but back in this area. And I believe Officer Buckles said that the one officer had been over here, and there was kind of a short tree stump in the area and a bush, and that's where he had been. But that was over in this area, not back here in
backyard coming straight out of the back of the house.
Because you said just there also that you would also want to track an area where, to see if it's possible someone would have been seen on a camera too, right?
No.
Okay, so
You talked about
courtesy
being
of
seen on a
that
Ring
guy.
doorbell. Do you just remember saying something like that?
Yeah,
Make
but I
sure
didn't say
audio
to
stays
track
on.
that, because if they were there, they would be on the Ring doorbell.
And so you don't realize that there were Ring doorbell that showed that there was no one there, correct?
Courtesy of that
Yes,
guy,
I
we have a
do
little bit
realize
of canine testimony.
And you stated at the beginning one of the biggest problems that you had was
Chase him,
Corsa
I
was
bite him, bad man, he
panting very
tasty,
heavily.
good boy Peach. Signed,
Correct?
Peach.
I said that she was panting heavily.
That's a
and wasn't
witness
breathing
statement right there.
Normally, to be able to work properly.
And so, in your opinion, that was a big red flag that she was not ready to track, correct?
That's true.
But she was able to track though, correct?
She put her head down and went a few feet and then stopped.
We've got
But
just
you
moments
also,
before his
on
ears
direct
set off the fire
examination,
alarm.
indicated that she did pick up tracks. So she was able to track though, correct?
She could have, but I'm not saying that she did. And that was the area that he stopped her on.
So I guess I'm confused because you had told us earlier on direct there were spots that she did hit and alert, but then Officer Buckles pulled her away. So which was it? Was she able to track or not able to track?
I didn't say she stopped an alert. I said that she stopped, put her head down to the ground and was smelling. I didn't say she alerted. That's a term used in.
So if she puts her head
That's a term used in detector work.
So if she put her head.
So
Sir,
in answering, I'm trying to finish answering it, but now if you would repeat your question so I could answer that.
I think you answered it, so thank you. So if she put her head down, then
Here are
wasn't
the
she
ears.
tracking?
Doesn't mean she's tracking.
I think I see
Means
his
she's
hair singeing right
investigating an
now.
odor.
Because she can't smell human scent, right?
That's correct.
Even though that she can smell human odor, though.
There's
Oh,
two
sorry, this-
differences, and if
this
you
is
want to
great,
clarify what your difference is in there, we'll address that.
And you've seen Corsa certificates, correct?
There was one for sure. I think there was a second one.
And once again, you've seen her training logs, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think you remember taking a deposition with me and Mr. Johnson back in December of last year, correct?
Yes,
It was a Zoom deposition.
yes.
You were wearing the same tie from your
I
wife,
was.
correct? And you remember saying one of the biggest problems you had was that Corsa was certified as a narcotics and explosive dog, right?
I don't remember saying that she was certified as that. I believe I said that she had been trained, according to the records, in both.
You're right. You say, what I see
I'm sorry,
failing.
what?
You are right. On page 19, you say, what I see failing is that the dog is trained in both explosive and drug detection. And that's a terrible thing. Page 19 of your deposition. So a dog being trained in explosive and drug detection is a huge red flag, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you are confident that you reviewed these records and absolutely sure that she is trained in both of these.
At the time that I had those records, I had them on a disc, not on paper. I was later sent a copy of paper so that even then, it's very hard to read the small print. But it is continually referenced throughout the training logs from start through 21 and maybe 22 that drugs are on there. There's not notations as to I did this with marijuana, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, but drugs are on there, and there would be no reason for an explosive detector dog to have notes or a space for drugs.
Yes, he did
because
just put his ear
he's
to the
not doing
mic.
them, it's not there. And as he was,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, as he was trained, and if it's not documented, it didn't happen. If it's documented, it happens. It's got drugs on there. If he's an explosive dog, there is no reason to have the word drugs or narcotics. He uses narcotics. There's no reason to have that on any training form.
I just got a couple questions. I'll be done, Your Honor, for our break.
Okay.
And you don't know how Cedar Rapids Police sets up these training forms, do you?
They're training.
You don't understand how they set up these forms, why they say one thing and are not say another thing, do you? It's a yes or no question.
I'm trying to answer your yes or no question.
Well, then the answer is yes or no. Do you know how they set up these documents for why they put things one way or the not?
No.
So you don't realize that these documents are for the whole K-9 unit, and they list all of what the K-9s do, not just a particular dog. You don't know that, do you?
I would disagree with you on that because of the sporadic placement of the word narcotics in the training forms.
Well, Officer Buckles testified that that's what it is for. You don't know that, did you?
I didn't hear that in the testimony that I watched the other day.
And so you don't realize that Officer Buckles' dog is not trained in narcotics. He's only an explosive dog with tracking. You had no idea, did you?
I said that if he, in the deposition, if you've got it right in front of you, you can probably look. I said that if the dog is trained in both explosive and drugs, then the dog should not be working the street. And would you like to know why I made that comment?
Nope.
No, because what you say is what I see failing is the dog is trained in both explosive and drug detection. So once again, you had no idea what the dog is trained and what he's not trained in, did you?
I was just reading the logs, and again, I had a small,
Small
ultra-small font that I was trying to read, and I had gone through, and I was mainly looking at tracking, but I saw the continued reference of narcotics in the training forms.
Recently, you've mostly been retained by defense for criminal cases, correct?
No, I do a lot of civil work, not just criminal defense.
Well, I was just talking about for criminal cases, though. But for just criminal, not civil, there's a difference. You've been mostly retained by defense, correct?
A majority of it is.
And for civil cases, which is different than criminal, you've been mostly retained by plaintiffs, people that are suing someone, correct?
As a rule, more towards them, but I do
Yes.
also for
The state rested.
defense.
This is the first defense
Defendants.
witness.
And how much are you getting paid to be here today?
I get paid $200 an hour when I'm doing in-house work. If I'm doing a trial testimony, it's $300 an hour.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Unless you can tell me you're going to be very, very brief, I think we're going to take a break. I'm going to put it to you guys. We've been sitting a long time. I think they're indicating this time, and I trust them, that we're going to take a break at this point. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 15-minute break.
Well, Terry's
and,
out of here.
Remind you of the
She
admonition.
is sprinting for the door. Okay, so that was pretty good. There's going to be a little bit more of redirect. The font was too small. Was a very poor answer in my book as well, Ginger. That was pretty bad. He literally cannot say yes or no. This witness is done. Oops. What? Yeah, that rate is not absurd for expert testimony. It would have sure looked a lot better if he testifies on both sides, but it sounds like he just he testifies for people who are suing somebody else and for defendants, and that makes it look like you're an expert who will testify just for for money. And so ending with the money is good. I'd ask for a refund. Yeah, this is I think it's a public defender who's paying this. So this is tax dollars at work right here. If I was on the jury, the witness's hostility would make me skeptical of his abilities because such defensive people make me doubt them. Yeah. Hopefully his face will cool down just a little bit. Maybe he'll wash his face a bit, get a drink of water, pant a little, cool down. Ritz needs a comfort break. Witness needs to cool off for sure. Yeah, that was... no wonder he gives such long answers. And this is his moneymaker right here on the stand. No wonder he had. I'm surprised he hasn't gone over his CV and extended it out. You know, he should. I mean, that's money. They go over his CV while he's on the stand. That's guaranteed income. Didn't hold up well. Got immediately flustered and invasive. Yeah, I was saying that I was surprised they weren't objecting to him, or you guys said you were surprised no one was objecting to him during his testimony, and I did think that it's because the state was really going to poke some holes in him, and they are. He's leaking like a sieve right now, and red as a beet. Curious to see how he testified in other trials regarding the same issue. That'd be interesting as well. Over time, he has gone every shade from pink to bright red. Did you, Kaylee? Were you able to find the point where he matched Terry's shirt in the background? That was the key moment. That was like the point of no return, I think. You 100% lose respect for the jury by being confrontational and arrogant no matter which side you're on. Juries never like that behavior from a witness. Right. But they also, you know, the attorney, the prosecutor runs to that same risk because it sort of takes two to do that tango back and forth, that hostility situation. But it did definitely look like the witness was worse in that situation. What was his name? The witness was Kyle Hayen, and he's not quite done. We'll get a little bit of redirect and maybe some recross. Okay. He admits to not feeling necessity of updating credentials discredits him. I wonder if he sort of retired and somebody dug him up and he's like, oh, let me go get my old CV out and send it to you. Let's see, takes more time to fill in the missing bits of his CV live. That's it. Yeah, it's part of his plan. He did not earn his money. The state should demand their money back. However, it was great for us. It was interesting. I was a little frustrated that he was stopping the dog video, the body cam video so much. That for me, I think he was grasping at straws. Every time the dog like turned or got to the end of the leash as it was running around, it looked like the dog was working. I do realize the dog did appear to be hot, which might be a factor, but he was sort of grasping at straws all over the place. And his lack of knowledge about the crime scene really weakened his arguments. What are the blue symbols next to people in the chat names? Rando, that's a great question. The blue symbol is a courthouse. That's a symbol that indicates that that individual has either chosen to become a member themselves or was gifted a membership. They can do that by joining on YouTube. If you're on an iOS device, it's a little harder. You have to go through Safari and do that on the YouTube website. But those are members who are just amazing and are supporting the channel that way. Depending on the color of that, it will change. I'm actually a very new YouTuber. I just started the end of October is when I started. And we just barely got memberships turned on less than a month ago. So everyone's the same color. Over time, as members are members longer, that color will change. It will indicate how long they've been a member. But it's a little courthouse. And a lot of memberships get gifted on this channel for some reason. We have some very generous people. And so if you have the option turned on to receive gifts on this channel and you're here very much, there's a good chance you might get a membership just gifted to you. Can I have a brief summary of the cross, please, says Ashley. The cross was basically, this particular witness has issues with how most police departments across the United States train their dogs. He doesn't agree with the standards. He doesn't agree with, speak of the devil. Hang on just one second. I'll come back to you in just a second, Ashley. That guy just gifted five memberships. I'm trying to see who got them here. Looks like Carol Martin, Carly 196 got it. AT1 got one, Suzanne Nelson Klein, and Debbie Ramirez. Thank you, that guy, for the gifted memberships, and congratulations. Those that did just receive a membership, you can type !seat in chat. And now as a member, you'll be able to move up to the front row and just enjoy the court from that perspective. It's such a better view up there. So Ashley, prosecution just ripped him a new one. They basically said, you're old. You haven't done this since 1991. That was the last time you've been a police officer with a dog out on the street. Everything you do is archaic sort of thing. You haven't had any experience in a long time. You don't know the crime scene. You don't know this dog. You don't know the handler. You don't know how it's trained, and just basically discredited him. Now, they didn't say you don't know what you're talking about, but they just basically said you're just here testifying for the money. You that's all you do, and they made him look like a fool a little bit. They got him riled up, which we heard that earlier in the police testimony with the detective Derringer or whatever, I forget what his name, Denninger. One of the methods of interrogation they use in interrogation is to try to get somebody riled up and emotional in response, without thinking so much, and that was sort of the goal of the prosecution here, was to tick him off. We saw his ears got red and he was fired up and he starts, a little back and forth, and they're trying to trip him up, and I think they did, and it made him look bad. So that's how Cross has gone. Let's see, once you're a member of Recovery Addict Channel for 48 months, you get a purple courthouse. I'm so excited for month 48. MB, is it 48 months to get to that point? I don't remember how long it takes to get there. I think it should change after 1 month. But it does. It is purple as the last color, however long it takes to get there. But I think that's that time frame is set by YouTube. I can't change how it changes. I can just change the icon. Let's see. Clock was a ticking. I'd be stopping too. We're going to keep the audio going, but we'll bring you here into my office instead of their courtroom while it's quiet. So far, he earns $900 for his testimony as an expert witness. That's not counting the work he did. He said he watched some YouTube videos in preparation for this, and I'm positive he charged $200 an hour for watching those videos as well. There's a few coffers in the courtroom there. Let's see. 1 month is the first color change. Yes. How many memberships do I have? I don't know. We've got a lot. Look at all the green. All the people with green names and blue icons are members. It's wonderful. You guys are amazingly supportive. Let's see. You don't have to be a member to join this channel. 100%, Abby, you nailed it. You don't have to be a member. You can just be here. You don't have to be a member to ask a question. You don't have to be a member. I don't do members-only streams. I want this to be open. We like to have differing opinions. We're a friendly group, so we ask that we don't attack people personally. And if you do find somebody who has an opinion that's just rubs you the wrong way, maybe just agree to disagree and move on. We've got a lot more in common than we have, different from each other. So it's just a fun place to be. Let's see. Who asked the other question? Yes, congratulations to the new members. That guy is amazing, and he's been sending me some great stuff. He's the one who sent us the dog picture. Let me pull that up again. The testimony from the dog that according to the interweb, it says this is actual testimony in a court. But I don't know about that part. Let's go. Let's see. I appreciate that Recovery Addict doesn't favor members over not members. I will tell you, I appreciate. I could not do this without members. I could not do this every day without members. This is my only job. This is all I do. So the members are necessary, but at the same time, I didn't want to make it so that you had to pay to participate. The members make it so much fun. I try to add a lot of in-chat content, interactions we can do, and we're working on more of those as well. That make it fun to be a member, and it is. So I just didn't want to lose what we had when we first started back there in the middle of the DB trial, by making it focused around memberships. DW says, I'm here for the chat, not memberships, but sometimes I watch my TV, so I can't chat but see everyone's comment. I do like to put as many chats up on screen as I can. I think I'm not the smartest person in the room. I will admit that at the beginning of every live stream if I needed to. So many of you have so much experience in different areas that almost at any given point, there's somebody here in chat who has insights and clarifications that are greater than my own. That's why I think it's so important to include the chat and bring it up on screen like I do, because you guys teach me a ton. MB says, well, it doesn't favor me. What? No, I do. In addition to being to memberships. Memberships are cool. Another part of the channel that I think is sort of unique that not many other people do is I have a burner phone that you can reach out to me on. I don't want YouTube to just be one way with me providing, whatever content and you guys just consuming. I like to hear back from you. I like to get input and feedback. And the burner phone is available 24 hours a day where you can reach me. If you ever need it, you can just type !burner in chat and that number pops up. You can text it. You can send an image. If you call, it does go straight to voicemail. Do I have a background in law? I have studied law for a long time, but I have never practiced law or attempted to practice law. I've even as a kid, I started studying law in junior highs when the first time I was really cracking open the legal books, reading state code, and just I've loved it for my whole life. I've been involved with law enforcement quite a bit, mostly from video work. I've done drone work for them. I've done a Citizens Police Academy. Been closely worked with the sheriff in my county for quite a while. Filmed them, just done metal detecting for them. So I've done that. I've also been involved in the media side. So I've been a cameraman for the media and filmed that way. So that's my experience and interest that way. But I'm the guy who, as a kid, for Boy Scouts, it was exciting when we went to go to the city council meeting. I loved it. Everyone else was like, boring meeting we get to sit through. I loved it. I loved sitting there and hearing the process work. I realized city council is a little bit different than law. It's local, community level, but that's where I really gained my love for this. This is a wonderful community. Sunshine Sunflowers, you nailed it. This is incredible. Hey, Songbirds Laura, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Good to have you here. You've been here a lot. Glad you can catch the live today as well. I think the later lives work better for you than the early morning ones with your schedule. Let's see. I think the memberships are $4.99. I think that's what it was set to when I turned it on. I didn't know what to do to change it. So many great channels. Hard to keep up with everyone, though. Serious multitasking. LawTube in general has some amazing people out there. You can even ask what the weather is doing when Weather Guy's here. Yes, Weather Watch, one of the great supporters of the channel, is also one of our moderators. Weather Watch is a weatherman, soon to be YouTuber again, as he's setting up his YouTube station. But he jumps on when there's weather events that affect what we're watching in trial, as well as we have Matthew Harris down in Texas, who is an actual lawyer, and when he's not busy in the courtroom, he'll jump on as well, and he's also a YouTuber. So he'll jump on and clarify things and give us information from a legal perspective. That's really good. Courtney says, I finally got the courage to open the pickles, and they're so awesome. So now I blame you for your future pickle debt I ensue. Hey, Courtney, so few. I think less than 1% of the people who have tried the pickles I recommend say they don't like them. Okay, it's been, I think I can count on one hand the number of people who don't like the spicy maple bourbon pickles from Walmart. They're $3.84 a bottle. I wish they were sponsoring the channel. They really should, because so many of you have bought them. Holly says, I bought the pickles. I felt a buzz and then remembered it's just flavoring, not actual bourbon. Yeah, they're the best pickles in the world. If you like pickles and you have not tried the spicy maple bourbon pickles, you're missing out. Your life will change when you taste them, but you do need to eat them cold. Don't eat them warm, because we're not heathens. Let's see. I can tell you're educated in the law. I study it. I wasn't taught scholastically in law. I didn't study it in school that way. Let's see. I've been a subscriber since the DB trial. I really like the people here for sure. I'm formerly known as Arik. All right, Rando. Yes. Good to have you here as well. Okay. That's what my setup looks like. This is most of it, Isabel. I actually have a couple more devices I need to figure out a way to show you that are actually running. The powerhouse of my station is down on a bench. It's actually, one of those painter's ladders that you can, that they have a little ladder on each side and they go up about a foot or so. It's one of those. And I have several pieces of hardware down there. I've got an Apple TV. I've got two Blackmagic design switchers, one 8-port switcher and one 4-port switcher. And, an internet router, a couple other things. But that does the heavy lifting. That's actually what does the switching, the streaming. That's what makes the screen available out here with all the pictures, so I can have lots of things on screen at the same time. One day I'll do a behind the scenes and show you how it works. It's all equipment. I actually went to school for communications, electronic media. So this sort of stuff is what I went to school for. And the equipment I've built up over years. So it's a lot of equipment, and I've added up the math. Let me do a squirrel moment for you. I once saw a meme that says, my worst fear in life is that when I die, my wife will sell my fishing equipment for how much I told her I paid for it. That's sort of how my electronic equipment is. I bought a piece here and a piece there, and it's added up to a lot of equipment, and that's really made it possible to really become a YouTuber. Somebody said, what's the command for why is the dog chewing? I've got it on my soundboard. Just one second here.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
Yeah, that one I've got turned off. We do have some audio. I think the lawsuit one is the only one that's turned on during trial, just because we want to follow the events.
Counsel, you okay if I have Terry bring in the jury? Yep, all right.
Okay, so we're coming back.
Yes, like ketchup.
There's a lawsuit.
He said H-E-I-N-Z. So maybe it's Heinz, not Hyen. I might have spelled this name wrong for the on the pinned message, which I will unpin. Can I replay the Young Thug clip? Yeah, I can. Give me just 1 second here. This is video only. There's some audio, but this is it's just humming. So if you watch in the back, the young guy who just stood up with the suit, he's got a pill in his hand. He's got a Percocet in his hand. He's going to walk up. The bailiffs are on it. They're watching him like a hawk. He walks up there, reaches down, shakes hand with Young Thug, hands him something. Young Thug takes it. Immediately the bailiff like, what you got? What you got? Show me what's in your hand. Young Thug turns it over and then is like, aha, we need a little brief recess because you, my sir, just got yourself some new charges. So that was the Young Thug trial, I believe yesterday that happened. Miss Chris says, don't mind me today. I'm lurking, trying to wrap up my work week. It's Friday. You've got to get it all done here so you can just focus on the weekend tomorrow. How big is my courtroom? It's vast. It's a vast courtroom. I actually have a green screen behind me. The courtroom I'm using is a picture from, I believe, Michigan. Actual court in Michigan is my backdrop.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody. All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody.
Let's take this one. There we go.
We're
Here's
back
the judge.
after our mid-afternoon break.
Just
we
for
have
you,
our
DMB.
jurors, counsel, Mr. Jackson present. Mr. Hyen is back up at the witness stand. And sir, just going to remind you, since we took a break, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And ladies and gentlemen, you may remember, I think we had just finished with cross-examination by Mr. Scheer, and we're back over to Mr. Johnston for redirect. So, Mr. Johnston, you may begin whenever you're ready after turning on your microphone.
Ivan, I can see you. What's happening?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hyen, is there a difference between dogs smelling human odor and dogs tracking human odor?
Yes, there is a difference.
And so if we can clear this up, can dogs smell human odor?
Absolutely.
And as you pointed out, if you gave one of these jurors something and the dog could, or let them smell something of theirs, the dog could go over and smell that person.
Yes, they can be trained to do that, yes.
When a dog is tracking, is a dog tracking human odor?
No, not according to all the tests and experiments the tests that I've read and the ones that I've set up to replicate. I've never had a dog track a human scent to the right person they were supposed to track.
And these studies that Mr. Scheer brought up to you, did he offer to let you see those?
That is the best comment of the day.
When you said in your deposition that you had a problem with the dog being trained in narcotics and explosive detection. You did not use the word certified, did you?
I don't believe I did.
So it was your impression from the data that you'd been given that Corsa had done some narcotics work?
That was my impression, and from previous knowledge of another dog on the department.
Has he never
And
seen Lassie?
whether or not
Lassie can do it.
Corsa was trained in narcotics detection doesn't have anything to do with how good of a job she would do tracking, does it?
That's correct.
So even though that may be an issue that you have with dogs having that dual purpose, it plays no role in Corsa's ability to track on June 15th of 2021.
Correct. No, it has nothing to do with it. No play.
Mr. Scheer asked you some questions about the certification process, and you were trying to answer, and I think you were referring to somebody named Amy Schumann.
Yes.
Do you recall what the rest of that answer was that you wanted to give?
When the state rests, it means they're done presenting evidence. So then it's the defense's turn. He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember.
I can't. Was that in regards to after it had expired, the certification? Or?
I don't think so, but let's talk about that for a second.
Okay.
Were you aware that Corsa's certification expired?
Yes, she was certified through Napa WADA for tracking, and which they're good for 1 year. And there was a time that was way past 1 year, and she wasn't certified.
And this would have been during the time she would have been tracking on this date, the date in question.
That's correct.
Does that cause you any concerns at all?
It is a concern because even though there was COVID, even though you maybe, and I know Napa WADA had Hail Mary extended the certification to last longer, go until
Ivan, you're
they
amazing.
start doing it again.
I still have to get you that hoodie.
There were numerous
working on
ways
it.
to have at least supported that certification. I'm sure they did with firearms, defensive tactics, breathalyzer, all of that kind of stuff. And if dogs are important, and they are, then they could have set up something and either had Officer Schumer, did I say that right?
Schumann, I think it is.
Schumann, sorry, I'm thinking of comedians. Officer Schumer could have set up the tracks, run it, videotaped it, and then sent that videotape to a Napa WADA judge to say, oh yeah, they did do it right, we can see it, we see the track, we see where the dog is tracking, the handler, and we've got it. Or they could have set up an in-house replica of it using, even though she was a trainer and not a judge, at least set something up instead of just going, well, it's expired, we won't worry about it for another 8,
I'll take a look,
6,
Jim Bob. Thank you.
16 months, who knows, until, and I don't know if she's ever been recertified in tracking, I don't know.
And your other problem with the certification process was I think the lack of documentation that's provided?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
There's no documentation provided in regards to how long they have multiple turns in the Napa WADA track. So they may go 100 yards, make a 90-degree right-hand turn for 100 yards, then a 90-degree left-hand turn, and then a 100 yards and another 90-degree turn. There's no documentation, no diagram.
They're going to raise taxes to pay for this
Also,
testimony.
never in his training logs, it doesn't say how long it was, the bake time, or they laid the track and the officer ran the dog with Corsa to run it. There is no information. And if it's not on paper, it didn't happen. And that's what is most law enforcement officers are taught when they go through academy. And that's what Officer Schumann was trained by Shallow Creek Kennels, and their book is 300 pages long, and one of the things in it is, if it's not documented, it never happened. And it's right in there.
And the documentation is important so that you can replicate it.
Exactly. You can replicate it, look at your records and go, oh, I haven't done this for a while. I haven't tracked across crushed rock or a bark path. I haven't done that, so I need to do that. And my dog's wide on turns or overshoots. I need to set up a track to work specifically on turns. It's called modular training, where you break the task tracking into small parts: the start, turns, head down, staying on it, new, old, evidence if they do it, which they evidently don't do.
And what is the major difference between tracking as a training exercise and tracking a potential suspect who has fled?
In tracking training, most of the time, and again, it's not documented on here, most of the time the dog handler lays their own track. So they know my dog is on the track. I know because I laid it, and that's where we went. If somebody else lays it,
when the defense attorney is done asking a question, he stores the microphone in his mouth for safekeeping. That's what you're hearing, that heavy breathing.
If you don't know they're doing something wrong.
So in a training exercise, the handler has a general idea of where the track is supposed to begin.
Yes. It's not what they call a blind, where he has no idea where it starts or where it ends.
But every once in a while, they do a blind one. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you know what the success rate is for urban tracks?
Urban tracking, 10% would be high. It's less than that.
I'm sorry, what number did you say?
10%.
Oh, okay.
And that's still high. I worked in a city of 25,000 people. There was concrete. There was
25,000 people
streets, dirt,
is a town.
Gravel alleyways. I tracked out back of a house that was broken into, and I had to stop because the interstate was flying right through there. So, but my success rate, and even on armed robber,
this is good information. If you want to commit a crime, just run on the sidewalk and you can get away. The dog won't be able to track you, apparently.
Pastures in Wyoming, it's still, you don't always get what you want. Training is very difficult. It's not an easy task.
And Mr. Scheer brought up how long it's been since you handled the dog on your own.
Yes.
Isn't it true that for decades you've been training police departments and handlers on how to handle canines?
Yes, it is.
It's kind of been your life's work, hasn't it?
It has been.
I don't have any further questions.
Recross, Mr. Scheer?
Only
One
briefly.
second, Your Honor.
Yeah, just briefly. Just shout out for Lindsay Hendricks asking, does anyone play Xbox Live? I have a PlayStation controller, but I use from a computer. I don't have a console. But then as a gaming addict, I need to limit my gaming options. Yeah, they're going to track you for sure. This guy.
Approach the witness? You may.
Okay. The ears are already red as we start. Oh, they're going to shoot more holes in his CV. They've been digging. They've been doing their homework, I think.
Looking at your CV, you retired from training dogs back in around 2004, is that correct?
Yes.
And your opinion on dog training is based solely on the German standard or standards that are similar to German standards, correct?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
That
You
was
may
quick.
step down, and I believe you're free to go.
Stop the billable hours, please. Somebody punch his time card.
Yeah.
Just 2 pages? Okay.
Michelle, that's a great question. Yep, he's stick a fork in him because he is done. He was done. Judge has either got a bit of leftover lunch in his mouth or possibly some gum. Can't tell. Yeah, Katrina, we've got a couple people who have a lot of familiarity, like yourself, with pets, and are ready to counter a lot of the testimony that expert witness just offered. Let's see if they call another witness here. Apparently the goatee is bothersome for the judge today. Somebody sent me the link the other day from the Jensen trial where the judge actually fell asleep during court. And one of the attorneys made an objection, and the judge just sat there and didn't move.
I don't think Mr. Johnston left. So I think he just went to fetch another witness. I was just letting the jury know that you had not left.
Anyway, so the judge fell asleep in the Jensen trial. It was boring at times. Yes, Adam, thank you. Sorry. I should look at my phone and give you credit for when it was due. You sent it to my the burner phone. Fantastic. There, I'll see if I can pull that one up and share that with you here if we get another lull. But thank you,
Mr.
Adam.
Burke, that mic is live. It moves around. Just you can adjust it however you'd like just to make sure you use it. So, Mr. Burke, we're going to start off. I'm going to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. So, Mr. Burke, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then you can put your hand down.
Let's add this guy to the hairstyle. I think he's got the mullet going on in the back. Am I seeing that correctly?
Both of them for us.
Ryan Burrock, R-Y-A-N B-U-R-R-A-C-K.
Apologize for getting your name wrong, but that's what I was given. All right. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Good afternoon.
You're going to have to speak up or speak into that microphone. I have a problem with it, too. How old are you, Ryan?
I'm 21.
And how are you employed right now?
I'm a student.
And where are you a student?
At the University of Northern Iowa.
Are you doing anything else besides being a student at UNI?
I'm currently student teaching in the Linn-Mar district.
And what are you teaching?
9th through 12th grade band.
And all the instruments, or is there a specific one?
He's the music
man. It will
man.
depend. It's not set yet.
What instrument do you play?
I play saxophone.
And were you acquainted, or are you acquainted with the defendant, Alex Jackson?
Yes.
How long have you known Alex?
About 8 years.
Since middle school?
Yes.
And where did you guys go to middle school?
Harding Middle School.
Okay. And how did you meet Alex?
Just came to lunch one day and ended up sitting at the same table.
Okay. How would you describe your friendship with Alex?
Pretty long and a good one.
Okay. And what would you guys do together?
We'd hang out and play board games or video games.
Did you ever go over to his house?
Yeah.
He ever go over to yours?
Sometimes.
And what kind of video games would you play?
We'd play like board games online, so a video game online with board games.
Okay. And how would you describe Alex's temperament? Did he have a hot temper?
No.
How would you describe him?
Pretty easy to work with, kind of mild-mannered.
Did you ever know Alex to ever get in trouble with the law?
No.
Or get in trouble at school?
No.
Did he ever get in fights?
No.
So you wouldn't describe Alex as a violent person?
No.
Even his D&D
guys in band
campaigns
together?
were rather tame.
And what instrument did Alex play?
The flute.
Did you guys both go to Kennedy?
Yep.
And what year did you graduate?
2019.
Did Alex graduate then too?
Yes.
I didn't picture Alex playing the flute. That was not the instrument I was going to guess.
Did you ever play video games with Alex online?
When?
Let's say the night of June 14th of 2021, did you play video games with Alex that night?
I would assume so.
Okay, and why would you assume so? Because you did a lot?
Yeah.
All right. What kind of video game were you playing that night?
I think Halo.
Okay. And are you any good at Halo?
Not really.
What's
What
your
about
KD?
Alex?
What's your KD?
Yeah, I bet better than me.
When you guys are playing Halo together, was anybody else playing that night as well?
Hey, Bella, his
Yes.
name is Chadwick.
Who would that have been?
Chadwick.
Just a couple of our friends.
All one name.
Was one of them Wyatt?
No.
Oh, okay. Are you able to talk to each other while you're playing the Halo?
Yes.
And did Alex say anything that night that would lead you to believe he had any problem with his parents?
Ivan.
No.
Ivan, I saw your
Any
comment.
problems in the home at all?
No.
So it's just general chit chat.
Yep.
He's a flautist. Yes, he is.
Do you know about what time you would have stopped playing video games that night?
I don't remember.
Would it be around 11?
Probably.
Whenever my
Would that
mom told
be
me I had to go
typical?
to bed.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Did Alex ever complain that he had to spend time with his family when he wanted to play video games with you?
No.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Slaughter, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Barack, was that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Barack, you said that you and the defendant went to Harding Middle School together,
Yep.
and that sometimes he came to your house, but you went to his house also?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
How often did you guys hang out at each other's homes?
Quite a bit.
What's quite a bit?
I don't know, maybe once a week.
And would you stay the night?
Sometimes.
How often do you think you stayed the night?
Maybe about once a month.
Never slept on the porch with him, though, did you?
I don't think so.
When you'd stay the night, did you sleep in his bedroom?
No.
Where'd you sleep?
On the floor in the basement.
In that living room area?
Yeah.
And what was his dog's name?
Hero.
How often did Hero sleep down there with you guys?
Quite often.
Like every time?
Not every time.
How often was Hero sleeping out on that deck when you'd stay over there?
I don't know.
But the times you stayed, all you guys slept in the basement, dog included, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said the defendant does not have a hot temper, correct?
Yes.
Do you and he share the same political views?
Not really.
And when you say not really, what are the defendant's political views?
I object, Your Honor, to the relevance of this.
I would sustain
Sustained.
that. Yep.
May we approach?
You may.
So I'm guessing one of them is, let me just go out on a limb here. I'm going to say one of them is probably conservative. And this guy is maybe, let's see. You think he's part of the Bernie crew? Bernie Sanders? Democratic Socialist type thing? One's red, one is blue. AOC, said AT1. Is Hero alive? I'm not sure why the Hero thing comes into play, because I think Hero, they said he was an inside dog, right? And like that he was outside when the officers got there or something, but the door was open to the house. How many of you have an indoor dog that if the door's open will wander outside? Conservative and demo socialist, according to CG. That's a good guess. We'll see if they let it in. I don't think the judge will let this in, personally. I don't think it's pertinent to this case. There's been no other evidence to that effect. They've got to have some good reason to bring it in. So
All right,
we'll
Ms.
see.
Slaughter, you may go ahead with a different question.
Mr.
different
Barack,
question.
you said that you had
Objection
differing
sustained.
viewpoints from the defendant, correct?
Yeah.
And he and his sister also had differing viewpoints, right?
I don't know.
Ever saw him and his sister arguing?
Okay, MB, they might have. I might
Ever
have missed
saw
that.
his dad bickering at him about needing to get a job?
No.
You said that you and the defendant played board games online often.
I don't think war games would suffice for that game.
Okay, so you guys played more than just board games online, right?
Yeah.
And Halo's what, a shooting game?
Yeah.
Can you... I'm not a gamer, so give me some grace here, please. My understanding is that Halo is a group of people where all of you can talk to each other while you're playing online too. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when my apologies, picture
Yes, this is
that
Marge
grouping
doing the questioning.
of individuals, it's usually individuals who know each other outside of the game or at least link up within the game regularly. Would that be fair to say?
Sometimes.
Halo is a game that you guys would play together how often? Daily?
Rarely.
Rarely? What games were you playing regularly then?
More like board games.
Okay, so what board games were you playing?
Like card games. We'd play assorted board games like Settlers of Catan.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry, is the
Settlers.
witness saying board games?
Yes.
Settlers of Catan is a good game. It's an economic
And how often
type
did you
game.
do that?
Little complicated.
A couple times a week.
How long does it take to get through a game, Seller of Catan?
Hours.
It can take anywhere between maybe half an hour to an hour.
Oh, they're fast.
And so when you guys would get online and play these board games a couple times a week, how long would you usually spend playing the games?
In the summer, we usually would play for a few hours.
How would the decision be made to switch from the board games to the shoot 'em up games?
Just depending on what people wanted to play.
What other shoot 'em games did you play other than Halo?
Fortnite.
We played Gmod.
What's Gmon?
It's kind of a sandbox game where you can build things, and what you decide to play in it just depends on what you want to do.
Ever play Call of Duty together?
Sometimes.
How often?
Maybe once or twice every week.
And you'd play that Call of Duty and those Halo games online so that you're competing against people from all over the world, right?
No.
Just your group?
Yes.
So you wouldn't play online?
No.
Then how's your group playing together during the game?
Well, we can play as a group together, but we don't have to play with other people.
So you have like designated areas where you guys can go play together without interacting with outside sources?
Yes.
Or outside players?
This lady's getting an education in gaming. I think this guy's earned
Did Alex
his
ever
salary.
mention to you
He's a
that
good
his
witness
sister
so
was
far.
bisexual?
Objection. Your Honor. Never mind, I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
Command and Conquer. I'm all over that one. DMB.
What time did you and the defendant start playing video games together on June 14th of 2021?
I don't remember.
Are you sure that you did play video games together that day?
Yeah.
How are you sure?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Yeah, she's trying to play the violent video game card. This guy, yeah, they played Call of Duty. Yeah, they played Halo. Those are shooter games. They're first-person shooter games where the object is to shoot the other team members or the members of the opposing team. But they also played Settlers of Catan, which is, I'll trade you 2 wheat for 3 stone type thing, and it's like an advanced game of Pit if you've ever played that card game. So they were just into games of all sorts. It doesn't strike me as the kind that was, playing Grand Theft Auto 24/7. Yeah, I'm not sure where that last question went at all. Yeah, he's giving very little, but he seems he's coming across as
Can I
truthful.
have it read back, Judge?
Okay, she gets to ask the question. How do you know that you played the game last night? I think that's the last question. There's the court clerk. She doesn't get much airtime, but
The last question, are you sure that you did play video games together that day? Answer, yeah. Question, how are you sure?
Lindsay, this is a good example.
I know we played games a night that month around that time. That's about as sure as I can be.
Okay, so just, you're not positive that it was the 14th, right?
No.
Okay, that's fair. The last time that you do remember playing video games online with the defendant, was it Halo that you were playing or just a little bit of everything?
It was Halo.
How late were you guys playing?
I think we said about 11.
And how old are you?
21.
And this was summertime?
Yeah.
Did you have a job back in 2021?
No.
Were you also a college student then?
Yes.
So home for summer break?
Yep.
Okay. And when you came home for summer break, did you stay with your parents?
Yep.
You weren't working, so they were helping out with all your bills and stuff?
Correct.
And so your testimony today is that while you were home on summer break, that you were getting offline at 11 o'clock p.m.?
Yeah.
That's
I don't
not
have any
absurd.
further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right.
This kid,
Thank you,
that was a
Mr.
solid
Brown. You
witness.
may
A
step
solid
down. You're
witness.
Free to go.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
You may.
Let's see if they're going to bring. Let's see if they're going to bring the defendant to testify in his own defense. It's risky. We've seen this before. I remember in Dean Cummings' case. Yeah, I believe it was in Arizona. I thought there was no way he would testify in his own defense, and he got up there and he was the best witness of the entire case. And that was a self-defense case, so he had to assert his defense. He had to prove his self-defense claim, but he was acquitted. My friend and I would play Scrabble daily before I moved. Right, I did Words with Friends online, which was okay. But then I discovered there's a cheat out there where you can take a picture of the board game and then upload it to this little app, and it will tell you the best possible score. And I'm like, no wonder I get beat all the time by these people. So that game became a little less fun when I found out that I was playing against robots. All these games want to fire up the Xbox. Really, I might run some farming simulator. That's about as extreme as I get usually in my gaming. Might fire that up. Another game made in Gmod was the Cry of Fear horror game. That was in Gmod. Jim Bob, I'm not as familiar with Gmod. I've never played that. I only know Atari games. So it's like it's between. See, Atari is pre-Duck Hunt, right? You've got one button and a knob, or a joystick and a knob, and
All right.
I think there was like a Indiana Jones game on Atari that I played. That's the only one I can remember. Sorry, I was supposed to play this this clip for you of the judge falling asleep. Remind me on the next break, and I'll play that from the Jensen trial. It'll be good. We'll get there.
Good afternoon, sir. You Mr. Gritton?
Oregon Trail, yeah,
I have
of course.
asked that you have a seat over there to my far left.
I played
sir.
that in monochrome monitor. Loved the hunting part.
First thing, that microphone is live.
It's all
You
about
can move it
shooting
around
bears
however
for
you'd like
food.
to make yourself as comfortable as you can. Thank you. Mr. Gritton, the first thing I'm going to do is, sir, I'm going to swear you in. So if you please raise your right hand. Mr. Gritton, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this matter will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. You can put your hand down, sir. And then just for the record, can you please provide us with your first and last name and spell them both?
Sure. Levi Gritton, Levigritton.
Let's see the. Can you move the
All right,
camera,
thank you,
please?
Mr.
Thank you.
Gritton. Mr. Johnston.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh,
Good afternoon,
another
Mr.
beard.
Gritton. How are you employed?
I work as a systems administrator at the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics.
And are you also a Scoutmaster?
I was a Scoutmaster with Troop 766 from 2015 to 2019.
All right, and during that time, did you become acquainted with Alexander Jackson?
Yeah, I met Alex in 2014 when he joined the troop.
Was
Alex
that
is
as
Scoutmaster.
a Boy Scout?
Yes.
Right. And did Alex become an Eagle Scout?
Alex did become an Eagle Scout.
And what's the difference between being a Boy Scout and an Eagle Scout?
An Eagle Scout is a rank that you earn within scouting after you complete a series of requirements.
Like, could you tell us what those requirements are?
Yeah, there's a series of merit badges that you must complete. There's some required ones and some electives. And then you also must complete an Eagle Scout project. It's a little more advanced. The
Eagle Scout rank is the highest rank a boy can achieve in
do an
scouting.
Eagle Court of Honor, and they would review all the credentials that you've completed and determine if you've met the requirements.
So there's something called a Court of Honor?
Yeah, after you actually receive the Eagle Scout Award, you would have a Court of Honor, Eagle Court of Honor at the end of that, and where you would be
Matthew, that's next
where you
level
would,
right there.
Basically be acknowledged of completion of the project.
And what traits do you have to be an Eagle Scout? Do you understand my question?
Yes. I would say, following the Scout Law and the Scout Oath are two things that we look for when reviewing credentials of Scouts to make sure
So
that
a
they've
Scout is trustworthy,
completed the
loyal,
requirements.
helpful, friendly, courteous,
What
kind,
is the
obedient,
Scout
cheerful,
Oath?
thrifty, brave,
Scout
clean,
Oath
and
is
reverent.
it's basically just it's a saying that we say at the beginning of every meeting. And the Scout Law is a series of words that we say also. A Scout is trustworthy, loyal, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. So those are some of the key words that everyone
helpful.
must follow.
Did you get all those, Kathy? It came pretty fast. If you got that, I'm impressed.
He missed one.
All right, and and then the oath is what? What is the oath that they take?
Oh, you're going to grill me on that one.
On my
I'm
honor,
not
I
sure
will do
can
my
remember.
best to do my duty to God and my country.
You've been out of the game for a little while.
I have been out for a few years.
Understood.
I was a Scout.
How many years would you say that you knew Alex during this process?
Yeah, I met Alex in 2014, and I knew him right up until his Eagle Court of Honor as the last time I probably had interaction with him.
And do you remember what year that would have been?
I don't recall. I know he earned his Eagle in 2017, I believe, but I don't recall when the Eagle Court of Honor was.
Okay. And as you mentioned, you have to win or earn, a number of merit badges. Is that right?
Correct.
And just for some examples, Alex had a total of 34 merit badges. Does that sound right to you?
That's above and beyond how many are needed.
You got them in archery.
Yep.
And art.
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
And astronomy.
Correct.
Do you agree with that? And camping.
Correct.
Required.
Citizenship in community.
Required.
Correct.
What is that?
So citizenship in community is a merit badge where we expose them to, similar to this, where we talk about how communities operate, talk about, how cities work. There's city planning meetings. There's
No murder merit badge.
Meetings with the mayor holds, city council meetings, things like that. So we expose them to different meetings and, to expose them how the city works, how the city functions.
And citizenship in nation, what is that?
Let's talk a little bit more about how overall federal government
That's the
works.
Aaron Dean trial you're talking
how
about, Denise.
You elect
the
people
cop
to
trial.
represent you
It did not
in
work for
government.
him on his
Citizenship
testifying
in the
for
world,
himself.
I imagine, is
Similar, yeah. So it's a little more of a global perspective, talking about, how countries align with one another and trade and things like that.
And Alex got a merit badge in coin collecting, right?
Yes.
And communication. What is communication?
So communication is a merit badge where we really focus on public speaking and different forms of communicating. But it's really centered around being in front of other people, delivering speeches, being a leader, and providing direction to other scouts.
And I see there's a cycling merit badge. Is that right?
Correct.
And then what is disabilities awareness?
Did he get
So
cycling?
that's a merit badge where we expose scouts to people that have disabilities, and so we We've done a couple different things. We've done some volunteering at Goodwill, for example, kind of exposing them to some of the programs that Goodwill has to offer for those that have some disabilities. So showing them the opportunities that those people
no
have
strike
to perform
again there
work and,
sometimes.
and how they contribute
They
to
don't have that
society.
one yet.
So Alex would have to help disabled people and to get this badge?
He would, yeah, yep. So part of that was also volunteering to help somebody that may be disabled in some way.
So on the cross
to
here,
complete the merit badge, correct.
they're going to ask
then,
if they have
dog-
merit badges about
dog
shooting
hair
people
on
or
there?
killing your
Yes.
family
And-
or
and
gaming.
what does that
the
entail?
gaming. They do
Yeah,
have a
that's-
gaming merit
So a
badge.
lot of that is just, tracking,
Let's see how
having a dog
hostile
and then
they get
tracking,
with him on
what
cross.
you did to take care of the animal. Feed it, water it, walk it, and keep a log of those activities.
I got both of those myself.
And emergency preparedness, right?
Correct.
I did not get a metal
Environmental
detecting
science.
badge.
Correct.
Family life.
Correct.
I wasn't
What
into
is
it then.
what was family life?
Family life is, so there's several different components there. It's really talking about, planning, organizing a family, making a purchase. How would you budget to make a big purchase like a car or
Budgeting,
appliance or
menus,
something like
chores.
that. So it's really just kind of going through those activities.
I see fingerprinting on here.
Yes.
How do you get a fingerprinting merit badge?
It's the
So
easiest
it's,
one ever.
We worked with some different law organizations, and they've really it's about educating how the fingerprinting process works and what information's captured.
So do they take somebody's fingerprints or?
They do, yeah. So we would go through the entire process of fingerprinting a scout, and they would get that record as a takeaway from the activity.
Was part of that fingerprint comparison, did they have to make a match of somebody's fingerprints?
No.
First aid is on here too.
That's pretty much the
I
whole
imagine that's
requirement
what it
right
sounds
there.
like.
Yep, exactly.
I'm going to go back to camping for a second though. Did Alex enjoy camping?
Yes.
Liked being outdoors?
Yes.
And how many times would you say you camp as a Boy Scout or an Eagle Scout?
Well, we would every month we would do a weekend camp out in the area, and then we would also in the summertime we would do what we call a high adventure trip, where we would go on a more advanced camp out. So in one case we went to Yellowstone. And
They're
we
trying
did
to
a
make him look like a
backpacking
Boy
trip
Scout.
in Yellowstone for a week.
A good kid, a good citizen, model.
And do you remember any other
model
high adventure
child.
trips you took?
We also went to Grand Canyon. And we did rim to rim in the Grand Canyon.
Hiked it?
Yep.
How long did that take?
That was about a week as well of backpacking.
That's
During
awesome.
these high adventure trips, did Alex ever get into fights with anyone?
No.
Misbehave in any way?
Nope.
A little bit.
Fish
doesn't
and,
cover
we
that
did
part.
Fish and Wildlife, I think. Indian lore, merit badge.
Yeah, so that's kind of getting
Native
familiar
American
with your
Indian.
Native American history is really what that's centered around.
And then life-saving?
So that's similar to
First aid.
emergency prep or emergency preparedness merit badge. So you're kind of taking the next level on that. So it's resuscitation,
Lifeguard stuff.
being able to assess the situation, things like that.
CPR.
CPR. Yep.
And then he got a mining and society merit badge. How do you
Yeah.
get?
So we did a trip down to the Stratica mine down in Kansas, the salt mine, and we did an overnight trip there and learned about how the Stratica salt mine operated.
What kind of salt mine?
It's Stratica is what the name of the mine was called.
Oh, okay.
But it's a salt mine.
I see. Okay.
Yep.
And he has got a music merit badge.
Yes.
That must have been pretty easy for him.
Yes.
Because Alex played in the band,
Yes.
right? And then orienteering. Is that a typo? That's what it's called?
That's correct. So orienteering is a navigation. So learning how to orientate yourself, how to navigate with a compass and a map.
Personal fitness.
There's a lawsuit.
Okay, and that was, again, that was back in 2017.
Yep.
All right. And personal management.
Personal management is a merit badge centered around really personal finance. So you're tracking your income and your spend and really coming up with a budget and tracking that information.
Okay. He also got one for photography. Is that right?
Correct.
And pottery
Correct.
and programming
Correct.
and rifle shooting.
Correct.
Now, how do you get your merit badge in rifle shooting?
So rifle shooting, you have to first complete a classroom portion of the program where you
think
learn
Terry's
about the
fallen
gun,
asleep in back.
how it operates. And then you also, the
Dozing
second
off
part of
there.
it is actually demonstrating the proficiency of using the firearm.
And was he proficient?
He was. He completed the merit badge.
All right. So you have to be able to hit what you're shooting at?
Correct.
And this was a rifle, so these were like long guns?
These were 22
22 caliber
rifles, correct.
Rifle.
And also shotgun shooting?
Correct.
Is part of this also like the care of a firearm as well?
Yes.
And firearm safety, I imagine?
Safety, care of the gun, cleaning it. Yep. Those are all components of it.
Accuracy.
Snow sports.
Yeah, so
Right.
that's snow skiing.
Sustainability?
That's learning about the environment
Recycling.
and how to make focus around, renewable energy, things like that.
And the swimming merit badge.
Correct.
And you have dates and all the times on the occasions that he earned this badge.
Correct.
And then I think you also said that he had to then go through a court of honor.
Yeah, so after he completed the merit badges and he completed a Eagle project, at that point he would do an Eagle Board of Review, and that's when it would be determined whether or not he would earn the Eagle rank. And then at some point after that, the family would organize an Eagle Court of Honor to recognize the Eagle Scout.
And did Alex go through all of that?
He did.
And become an Eagle Scout?
Yes.
Do you remember what Alex's project was?
Yes, we helped with painting the Frankie house.
And what's the Frankie house?
The Frankie house was a home, I believe, that was slated for demolition, and it was decided by the historical district to reposition the home into a different area, and then it was rehabilitated. And
Hey, Sunshine, Alex got
Alex's project
34
was to paint the interior
merit
of the
badges.
home.
There are 135 current merit badges.
And was that, do you recall, was there an article in the paper about that?
There was, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
What number are we at? Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked, Defendant's Exhibit K, and ask you, is that the article that was in
He's handed him Defense Exhibit K.
Yes, it is.
Move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit K, Your Honor?
Any objection, Mr. Scheer?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit K is admitted.
Mr. Britton, during the whole time that you knew Alex, did he ever get in a fight with anybody?
He did not.
A heated argument?
No,
Cause any trouble at all?
no.
What did you think of him?
He was a great kid. I could count on him in any situation. I think one of the most difficult things that we were involved in was in the Yellowstone backcountry. We had several younger scouts, and he was one of the older scouts at the time. And I would always rely on him to carry more gear and to kind of take more of a leadership position with leading us through some of the difficult hiking and areas that we were traveling through. And I think in those situations really bring out your true character, when you're faced with some difficult, being out without much help. And so I thought that was a good representation of who he was.
Was he helpful to the other scouts? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
always helpful.
The younger ones?
Yep.
And what's an Eagle Palm?
Eagle Palm is a kind of an award when you when you go above and beyond the baseline requirements for becoming an Eagle Scout. You can earn palms for, I think it's 5 additional merit badges above the minimum. You get a palm.
Did Alex get those?
I believe he did, yes. I don't recall how many, though.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Scheer, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good
See if they
afternoon,
go
sir.
for the
How are you?
jugular here.
Good, thank you.
Sir, as an Eagle Scout myself, you would agree that the motto of Boy Scouts is be prepared, right?
That is correct.
Slogan is do a good term daily.
That's correct.
So by being prepared means being ready for any situation.
Correct.
And an Eagle Scout, we have to earn 21 merit badges, correct?
Correct.
And a majority of those are what's called required merit badges.
Correct.
And those are that have the silver border around them.
Correct.
Correct?
As
And
opposed to the green.
non-required ones have that green border around it.
That is correct.
And one of those non-requirement ones are elective that you can choose from is rifle merit badge.
That's correct.
And there are certain things you have to do to get that rifle merit badge, such as be familiar with a .22 rifle, correct?
That's correct.
Know how to load it, correct?
Correct.
Shoot it,
Correct.
correct? Clean it.
Correct.
Just be very familiar with that type of gun.
That's correct.
And that's the gun that's used at most camps or just at all times when you are qualifying to get that merit badge.
Yes, the .22 rifle is the primary weapon for that merit badge.
And some of the required merit badge for the Eagle Scout is the safety merit badge.
Correct.
The first aid merit badge.
Correct.
Correct. As well as the emergency preparedness badge as well, correct?
That's correct.
And these merit badges help a person be prepared to encounter traumatic events. Would you agree with that?
I would, yes, that's correct.
So if you see someone hurt or injured,
There's
you're
the
ready
setup.
to act and give aid. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
If someone is down and they need help, you can always count on that Eagle Scout to step up and help.
That's correct.
So if you see someone hurt, bleeding, that Eagle Scout's going to go and give aid first before worrying about themselves. You agree with that?
That's correct.
When was the last time that you had contact with the defendant?
It would have been at Alex's Eagle Court of Honor. I don't remember the date, but it was after he'd earned his Eagle Award in 2017.
So back in 2017 is the last time that you
Myra,
had
you just sent
contact
me
with
the
the
Eagle
defendant.
Scout picture.
So this event that we're here for happened in 2021, so 4 years
bring
had
it up
gone
here.
by and you had no contact with the defendant.
That's correct.
So you have no idea what his relationship was with his family, correct?
Correct.
No idea what his relationship for the past 4 years was with his sister, correct?
That's correct.
Is it safe to say that people change over time?
I would agree.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Mr. Johnston?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may
Thank you,
step
Mr.
down.
Gritton.
Yep, and you're free to go.
Okay. How many character witnesses are we going to bring up?
Do you have somebody else?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. Who are you calling next? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to show you a brief picture here. Let's see. This just was sent from Myra, right?
If you
This
folks
is
want to
the-
stand and stretch,
the picture of
and
the
anytime
defendant.
we have one of these kind of interludes, you go for it. You don't need my permission.
The rank he has on his shirt is the life, but it looks like that might be an Eagle Court of Honor where he's about to be awarded the other, just from the number of merit badges he has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, he's got enough merit badges there for his Eagle rank. His shirt just doesn't reflect that, so that's probably his Eagle Court of Honor. Thank you for that picture, by the way.
Investigator, officer? All right, Investigator Casper, why don't you have a seat over there, sir? And good afternoon, I'm Judge Anderson. So Investigator Casper, the microphone's live. You can move it around to suit your needs. I'm going to start off by swearing you in, sir, so please raise your right hand. Investigator Casper, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this matter will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. You can put your hand down, sir. Thank you. And then just for the record, can you please give us your first and last name?
Rob Casper, ROBKASPER.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Casper.
Good afternoon.
And is it investigator?
It is.
And how long have you been an investigator with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
About 4.5 years.
And before that, what were your duties with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I got hired in 1999 and worked patrol up until 4.5 years ago.
And were you or are you a certified peace officer in the state of Iowa?
I am, sir.
Okay. And in that capacity, at some point, did it fall upon you to prepare a search warrant for a Ring camera system?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what date that was that you did that?
I believe it's the 15th of June.
Do you remember preparing a search warrant on June 17th for the Ring camera system?
I do.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
The second search warrant was prepared to obtain data from the Ring servers regarding camera footage for the date of June 17th.
This is the best evidence for the defense, I think, right
And
here.
why were you doing one for the date of June 17th?
The investigators requested an additional search warrant. On the first search warrant, I wrote there was data provided by Ring, and the investigators thought there should be more data provided by the camera. So they performed a test by walking officers in the backyard. They wanted Ring to provide that data to see if it captured officers' motions as they walked in the backyard during that test.
And this is in part because on the first grab of Ring doorbell camera video, the other 2 or 3 cameras of the house had a number of videos, and the backyard camera only had 2. Is that right?
I'm not exactly sure the specific number of files, Mr. Johnson. I could refer to the notes if I had them, but
That's okay. But there was a concern, and maybe if I could refresh your recollection, in your search warrant application, you wrote Investigator Holst contacted Ring. Ring was able to confirm that only 2 videos associated with the camera, and then there's a
This is a defense
long
witness.
number
It's
for the
investigator who wrote
were
the
stored
warrant
within
for the Ring data.
servers. Remember that?
Just barely
I do.
started testifying.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. In trying to determine if this was a camera setting or ruling out any camera recording error, officers of the Cedar Rapids Police Department performed a deliberate testing of the recording zone by having officers walk through the back door of the residence, tracing the path of egress by the suspect as described by the witness, Alex Jackson.
Yes, sir.
So I imagine that what you did is have officers walk around in the back of the house.
You're not exactly correct there. I didn't have them do anything.
Okay.
They did that on their own,
All
but
right.
I did write the warrant, Mr. Johnson.
All right. You didn't have anything to do with that, but you became aware of that's what was going on.
Yes, sir.
That officers stood in different parts of the backyard.
Yes.
And that's again in part because on June 15th, the police presence was recorded on the garage camera, right? But the police presence in the backyard, there were no videos for that, right?
If I'm understanding you correctly, there were 2 videos, yes.
Sorry.
And I cannot testify to what was contained on the videos because I never watched them.
But that was the reason for getting this warrant, was because the police presence was not captured. It was the 2 videos that were just Alex walking in and out.
Just had a 6.8
The
magnitude
police
earthquake
presence in the backyard was
Argentina,
never captured by a Ring camera.
Santiago.
Objection,
De
Your Honor. I'm going to
Estero.
object to the form of the question.
The objection's overruled. You can answer.
Again, Mr. Johnson, I don't know what the video actually showed. So when you're saying police presence, I'm interpreting that as you're asking me to testify to a video about police walking in the backyard or not. And I can't say that because I didn't see the video. But in essence,
You wrote the warrant,
it
but didn't
was
see the video?
directed to me to write that second video because they felt like there was not enough correlation between the 2 cameras. They expected more footage.
And again, if I could return your attention to the warrant that you prepared. Officers responding to the initial call for service on 6/15/21 were within the zone of the camera's coverage, and therefore those images should have been located on the initial data received from Ring LLC. They were not. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
The other cameras did record the activity of officers responding, and those videos were present
It
and
said
viewed by Investigator Holst.
Argentina on my alert.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, does that refresh your recollection then?
It does.
I agree,
All right.
Ashley. He's not the right guy.
So that was the purpose in those officers doing that, and then you filled out the warrant application, and served it on Ring, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did Ring return any data from that June 17th, 21 test?
They did not.
In other words, the camera recorded no activity on that date.
I can't answer that. All I can tell you is that Ring provided us no data whatsoever.
But I mean, they were complying with the subpoena, though.
The search warrant, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
search warrant. In other words, the test failed to produce any videos.
Again, I can't exactly
Yeah, this is
say
their
that.
point.
All I can say is that Ring
camera did
didn't
not
give us any
catch
data.
Wouldn't that be a fair
Video
assumption?
as
Well, I'm
much
not
as
going
they
to
needed.
assume.
Okay.
They did a test and said, now send us
you
the
asked
data from our
for
test, and they said there are
all
no
the
videos.
videos.
Nothing was gathered.
In your search warrant,
I did.
and they sent you no videos.
They sent no data at all.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Investigator Casper, you wrote the search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But the information contained in the search warrant, you didn't have any personal knowledge of, right?
Correct.
That information was relayed to you because different tasks and different duties during a homicide investigation are triaged. Would that be fair to say?
It would.
And so the information contained in the affidavit in the search warrant you received from other investigators, correct?
Yes.
And when the information was returned from Ring or whatever their actual corporation name is, you didn't yourself review the files that were received, right?
Correct.
And so you don't know what's on any of the video clips, right?
Correct.
And you don't know what data or metadata was also sent with those clips.
You are correct.
All you know is that one batch of data came in and went to the investigators, and you were asked to request additional data, right?
Correct.
And in asking to request additional data, what I'm hearing you say is that after your second search warrant, nothing was returned from Ring.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson?
Do you have any doubt that if Ring had data, that they would have given it to you?
Again, I can't testify to Ring's practices.
When you served the original, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. When you served the original search warrant on Ring for June 15th, they provided the data, right?
Yes.
You got videos.
Yes.
And when you served the search warrant on June 17th, they returned no videos.
They returned no data.
Which?
I'm sorry, I hate to be picky, but it could be other things other than videos.
Okay, all right. So no videos or any other kind of data?
Correct.
All right, I understand.
Okay.
You're being careful. Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah.
Anything further, Ms. Slaughter?
Investigator, when you say it could be other data would hypothetically include settings on the camera?
It could.
It would include whether or not that camera was powered on or off?
According to Ring's information, when you're requesting records from them or data from them, that is a data point that they say they hold on to. I don't know if when we refer to the first warrant, when you're talking about what kind of data they give back, I'm not exactly sure what came in that package.
I think this is great
It's a possibility.
testimony for the defense.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Mr. Johnson?
Just so we're clear, in your warrant application, you asked for all stored digital videos, images, or pictures associated with this account in whatever form they may be, right?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Just want to make sure, Ms. Slaughter.
No, I don't have anything
All
else,
right,
Judge.
good. All right, you may step down and are free to go.
Thank you.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 4:29 on my watch. We're going to call it a day. Again, I would remind you that you are still subject to the admonition. Again, keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Avoid any media coverage, and don't do any sort of investigation. And be back here ready to go by 9 o'clock on Monday. what I will tell you about the schedule, my best guess is that at this point,
Closing
we will
arguments
be able to submit
tomorrow.
this case to you either
Or Monday.
Monday morning or Tuesday, Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning is when we would get
Okay.
this case submitted to you. Again, that's always subject to change.
I'll do a quick poll.
I have limited control. I have some control, but limited control. But I'm doing everything I can, as are the attorneys, to move this forward as quickly as possible. And we're still close to our original schedule. So with that, have a great weekend, everybody.
Okay, I probably spelled something wrong in there, but I put a quick poll up for you. So there's your poll, Ashley. Thanks for reminding me. Let's just see. We might have some. Here we go. We might have some business here to give us an idea of what's coming up on Monday.
Anything we need to make a formal record on at this point from the state's end?
Do you think we should memorialize the state's objection to the defendant's witness on the record?
Sure. There's a witness, I think that that I understood Mr. Johnston was going to be calling on behalf, or the defendant was going to be calling Mr. Charles Gavin. Is that correct?
Charles Gavin.
And was going to be calling him, I believe, instead of Mr. Gritton at that point.
Defense is not rested.
You approached and indicated that you were objecting because Mr. Gavin had been disclosed very late in the process. I think this amended, I'm assuming you got notice by way of this amended defendant's notice of witness?
Yes, that was the second amended witness list for the defendant.
And that's the one that was filed on January 6th at 10:47 a.m. So, and again, we had a pretty brief conversation. My understanding is Mr. Gavin's a friend.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So
We've got a good video
I
coming
guess
up, guys. Hang tight.
Where I left things was, state said they had no opportunity to take a deposition. I'm going to give them that opportunity. And if, as a result of that deposition, the state believes there's prejudice, additional prejudice resulting, certainly let me know. Again, if there's something unexpected or unusual that would come up as a result of the deposition, and you believe that the state's not going to have any opportunity to meet that or address that.
Closing it here in about 15
That's
seconds.
my attention, but
Your Honor, I'd like to bring that to your attention now. My understanding is that this witness lives out of town. From the information I received from Mr. Johnston just at the bench. All I have listed is a Cedar Rapids, Iowa, no address. I don't know how to contact him. We're in the middle of trial, and I'm curious on the court's direction when
they're guilty,
when
64.
during the middle of trial we'd be able to schedule
Too soon
these
to tell,
depositions.
22.
well, I mean, you indicated
Not
you
guilty,
possibly
12.
wanted to take his deposition.
Because I would like to have deposed him if I would have been given ample notice.
Mr. Johnson?
All I can say is they didn't want to depose any of my client's witnesses other than Mr. Hyen. When I gave them the list of witnesses originally, they had no interest in deposing any of my client's friends. And Mr. Gavin is outside, so you can get his contact information. And I'm just saying, I don't believe that Ms. Slaughter would have been asking to take his deposition had we given the notice earlier. So I don't believe there is any prejudice to the state.
Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to table this for right now. We're going to, Mr. Johnson, you're going to get Mr. Gavin, and you're going to, Ms. Slaughter, you can be there. You can get his contact information, and maybe you can have an informal conversation, Mr. Johnson, and see if that satisfies you. If it does not, and you still have an objection, we'll deal with it on Monday morning. All right? But, Mr. Johnson, I want you to arrange that.
I'm going to do it right now.
Yep. Anything else at this point?
No, Your Honor.
And, all right, off the record then. So, we've got Mr. Gavin, which we'll deal with. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other potential witnesses on your list.
We found Dennis Walker.
Okay.
We called Mr. Britton, and he was another people. Yeah. We got Nathan Garner, who was for pictures, and that's all. Pictures that we took out of the Jackson home. And Stephen Hodge. and Garrett Clark. So, Jared West, sorry. Okay. Got number 810. Carr. No, not Mr. Carr.
So 6 more witnesses.
And I will just tell the court that all of these witnesses should take approximately the same amount of time that we did. Okay.
They're all going to be quick.
Let's just assume that's true. Then we got potential rebuttal. The state can make that decision. I mean, if I'm assuming that would get us your witnesses, even if they're all relatively short, even if you're going to get an hour, we're probably still talking in the morning.
So Monday morning, they should be able to get through those witnesses.
Well, the word for Matt, then we probably need a record on jury instructions, maybe we can do it in an hour. But I'm assuming that we're going to have between the two of you, two sides, at least 3 hours of closing argument. I could be wrong.
Just guys, make sure that Mr. Gavin doesn't leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give or take. Yeah, but yeah, that sounds about right.
So between the two of them, about 3 hours of closing arguments. That'll be exciting. I love this hot mic here. This is great.
If that holds true, maybe we'd be in position to read instructions on Monday afternoon and then just start directly with closing on Tuesday.
Gonna try to boost this audio as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to do it where we're starting, completing part of a closing, we're not getting both of them done. I would just like to do all the closing at the same time. So, I mean, I think that seems likely where we're headed at this point, but we'll revise it. And again, if you guys just email me, thinking about it, I don't really need doing involuntary manslaughter instruction from you. I think I got that one. But I would like your proposed instructions about, and again, maybe it could all be done in one instruction, but for the interrogation statements and then the additional statements to the other two officers. All right? And just someday, finding. All right, thanks a lot. Thank you. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Okay. So we got to hear that because the prosecution kept their mic open. Okay, so they're wrapping up here. All right, so there's a couple things we want to do. Matthew Harris has put a straw poll up, sort of like an open-ended straw poll. What evidence have you heard that you think is the strongest evidence to support a conviction? I'm going to go through and try to look at these here. The dull one says, I only vote guilty because of his lack of concern while on the table at hospital, drugged or not. Let's see. Nothing's happened there in court. We're going to skip that. Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Sunshine says, I cannot support a conviction at this time. I don't believe that the defendant is innocent, but I feel that investigation was sloppy and the state's witness does not meet beyond all doubt. Sandy Fields, I really can't think of any piece of evidence that says he's guilty. The whole thing is pretty light on evidence. An attorney named Slaughter. Lindsay says, agreed. There's nothing that tells me he did it. Everything is circumstantial and coincidental. Cachette, I'm a bad juror. I keep forgetting that it only matters what each side presents and not my personal opinions about how guilty he looks. But I saw what the jury saw. Ashley says, guilty because no intruder seen, footprints and blood trail, blood splatter on the bed, a nonsensical story of events from the defendant. I'm open to change, though. Full of carp or crap, one of the two. The man bun dude is the defendant. Yes, he is, CG. It's the shot in the foot for me, says Mountain Mama. The fact that nobody saw this stranger anywhere on a clear summer morning is quite suspicious. People were walking their dogs, jogging. I think Alex did it. Who breaks into a house during daylight? Seems sus to me. People are getting up and ready for the day. And the shot in the foot. I struggled with the man who was on fentanyl and didn't budge on his innocence. He didn't slip up. Yeah, the foot shot. The 911 calls have me convinced. His story is not believable to me. Who goes into a home to rob or whatever without a weapon? How did they find the weapon so quickly if they have never been in the house before? Okay, so Denise, I'm with you. This is a concern point because I think the case for the weapon that was used was under his bed. And there were other places, there were other guns that were more readily available in the house, I think, with like even a gun safe that they didn't lock. Little Miss says, we saw no other person enter or exit, no forced entry, no evidence of robbery, and no evidence anyone was a target. Had to be an inside job. I think he did it, but the state's case is totally lacking, says Lindsay. Let's see, Denise says, not early morning when people are awake and getting up ready for work, just my opinion. Let's see who else has a comment in here. We're going to watch this video here of the judge falling asleep in just a second. So hold tight for me. I wonder if they can do rebuttal in Iowa. Yes, they can, Rachel. They just talked about that, and it was very quiet. But the judge talked about it, saying if the state wants to bring any rebuttal witnesses, they'll address that on Monday. Will there be a rebuttal? If they do, it will probably be a rebuttal to the expert witness they brought, not the character witnesses they brought. I doubt the state has rebuttal character witnesses against Alexander. All the defense needs to do is cast doubt for even one juror, and I think they did. I think they're going to have a good... I think their best bet is what they ended on right here today, where they were talking to the investigator that wrote this subpoena. That was the wrong guy. Okay, they should have got this testimony, and I think they did sort of get this testimony earlier from the other investigator. But the fact that the police... They submitted a subpoena saying, show us all the Ring camera footage from the front and the back of the house at the time, all the time surrounding the murder. They got people walking in the front yard, dogs back and forth, the runner. They got all that. They got a little bit of Alexander walking the day before or something in the backyard. And then the day of the murder, they had got like virtually nothing from the backyard, even though the police were back there. And so when the subpoena came back and they had all the evidence, they're like, Ring... We think there should be more data than you sent us. So what they did is they sent officers back there to purposely make sure intentionally they were walking back and forth where the camera would see it, and then they sent the subpoena to Ring and said, okay, Ring, now send us this data because we know the officers were back there. And Ring sent back, we don't have any. There's nothing. They didn't say we won't comply. They said we would if we had, basically, we would have if we had something, but we don't have anything. So the camera didn't capture something. What that says to me, or what I think the defense is going to do with that information, is say, because the camera didn't catch anything, it is likely or even probable that the camera didn't catch the defendant when he left the house. Granted, now they have the issue of the dog and the search there. The dog didn't alert on somebody running through the yard. It's possible he could have stayed on hard surfaces and it's difficult to track. I'm not sure if I buy that, that a dog can't track any scent on a hard surface. It's not like, oh, there's a sidewalk, must stop type thing. You leave the sidewalk at some point. You know, there are other options. Anyway, so that's interesting. I said spatter, not splatter. Let's see the judge falling asleep. Let's do that right now. Give me just 1 second. That's going to be on camera 6. Okay, and make sure I have audio here as well. So this is, I don't know what they're talking about. I have not listened to the audio. I've only watched the video. So let me just warn you, they might have some crazy talk going on. But this is the presentation on the screen. I think this is day planner stuff, so here we go.
Judge, I object to the it's really just all leading at this point.
So objections filed. Judge is thinking.
Was there a ruling on the judge? I didn't hear.
Judge, I had objected based on.
He was out.
Based on leading.
he was out.
Mr. Jamboys was basically doing all the testifying at this point.
Why don't you ask the witness the questions? Your objection is sustained.
Okay, directing your attention to January 12th through January 15th.
What do you think? Was he asleep? Was he contemplating the meaning of life? Was he studying the back of his eyelids? Okay, there's a lot more chatter in here about the questions that Matthews posed, which is always good when the lawyer asks the questions. We're happy to answer those. Michelle, I also felt that there should have been more urgency of the well-being of the family, more seeking after how's my family. Why did he not call out to them or something? Why was there no? I mean, he knew his family was there. They should have all been there. He just assumed they were all dead. That part during the 911 call, that makes him look really bad. Made up a story and shot the foot. Was there anything on the angle of the gun shot that would determine if it was self-inflicted or not? Yes, I believe during the first 2 days, they basically went over the fact that he would have, if he had held the gun and pointed it right down at his foot, that's the angle it went through his foot. I don't think there's reasonable doubt. I don't know. Just the fact that there is no one else found, and even the cam not picking up the intruder, I'm not sure. Only have to have reasonable doubt for guilt, not guilty. Shot in the foot is sus, definitely. He did it, no doubt, but did the state prove it? Great question. The state has to prove it. And if the state doesn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury should find him not guilty. I'm not sure. The medical examiner, I believe, did testify and was not able to testify as to the time of death. So they weren't, for the three victims, the decedents. And I thought they testified, there was some testimony about the angle the injury to his foot was as well. I didn't see it directly. I was sort of catching up on that one. Let's see. Let me back up. Who was yeah, here we go. Roll it back. You want to see it again? You want to see the judge falling asleep? Give me just a second here. Okay, let's try to play that one more time.
That's right. Back to school. I'm talking about January 5th, 1998.
Backed up a little bit further.
Back to school, exclamation point, pay bills, Joey, question mark, pay bills on January 6th.
Yes,
These all seem to be things that relate to the operation of the home.
it does. Judge, I object to it's really just all leading at this point.
Do you hear a snore there in the background?
I didn't hear.
Judge, I had objected based on leading that Mr. Jamboys was basically doing all the testifying at this point.
Why don't you ask the witness the questions? Your objection is sustained.
The response was actually
Directing your attention to January 12th.
Okay, so the response was actually pretty good. He was saying, these are leading, and he said, why don't you ask the witness the questions instead of, feeding the witness the answers. So the answer was right as far as what the objection was. I'm not sure if he heard the objectable or the actual exchange that caused the objection, but that was a safe answer for him. It didn't really penalize either side there. That judge is a savage. Talk about savage. In the thug trial, the young thug trial, we already know that the judge in that trial, I believe there was a juror who skipped out, went out of town or something to avoid jury duty, and she had to write a 30-page essay. Well, now the judge has also gone out and he's fining attorneys who don't pay attention and ask a question that another attorney already asked. And he ordered one of the attorneys to pay a $40 fine to some charity and bring receipt on Monday that he'd done it. So that judge is also savage. So some pretty savage stuff going on from the bench. Judge Goatee was in the relaxation grotto. He was definitely watching the back of his eyelids. Let's see. Going back to the case here, Cachette says the 911 call had no urgency. He sounded annoyed at the questions from the dispatcher. He was definitely not paying attention to what was occurring in catnap. I thought only water stopped scents as far as, Christy, the whole testimony that a dog doesn't follow human scent, it follows the scent of disturbed, grass. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that at all. That a dog won't follow a scent back to the right owner of the scent. So why do we have the bloodhounds sniff the shoe of the suspect and then have him chase it down? It's smelling footprints, but not the shoe. It's just weird. Maybe wrong, but a judge may sleep unless they miss something important. Really? You can just sleep through it. Time for the judge to retire. He had retired a little bit early, for the evening anyway. Even on pain meds, I would have been noticeably distraught. Judge turned and woke up alert quickly. Let's see. Can we watch the first trial clip when you first added in the piano? Lindsay, you like that clip. It takes a while for me to find it. If somebody can get a timestamp and send it to the burner phone, I can do it. It concerns me that the defendant did not show any emotion during the hospital questions and the interrogation of the defendant. But then he's going through a lot of pain. He's also on drugs. That for me is more forgivable than some of the behavior on the 911 call before he got the drugs and he was only in pain, and that he was in his home with his family that he loves and plays games with and enjoys spending time around. He gets shot in the foot and just is like, well, I assume everyone else is dead then. I'm just going to crawl to my room and call 911. Never got to hear the 911 call. Can you recommend a channel where I can listen? I would watch your stream where you played it, but I don't have a timestamp. Myra, let me... I'm not sure if I could find it isolated. It was probably on day one of trial, and you can watch it on TMJ4 or WISN on the YouTube channels for day one, but you might have to scroll around for it. I do apologize. It's probably going to be fairly early on in the state's testimony. The dog guy lacked any credibility for me. Yeah, I think he blew it, and him being red in the face was just made it look funny. Thug trial is a circus. It is. Like in church, the sermon ended, everyone stands up but you. My dog could find my kids in hide and seek. Yep. I'm anxious to see how the state wraps this up in closing. Okay, first of all, Casey, I don't think they're going to bring a rebuttal witness to the prosecution's expert dog witness. They've already had their canine expert or their canine handler testify, and I think during your rebuttal, you're not supposed to bring information that was also included in the primary portion of the trial. So I don't think they'll have any rebuttal. I think in the wrap-up, you'll hear basically a recounting of their open, which was pretty straightforward. But they're gonna spell out, instead of just saying the story, they're now going to say, so-and-so told you this, so-and-so told you this, we saw this in this date, the timestamps, all the evidence again. It will have more detail. That's why it's going to be taking an hour and a half instead of the half hour they took on the open. I don't think he shot himself intentionally. Would explain his demeanor on the 911 call. Okay, so do you think he was struggling for the gun, Chandra? That's the question. Or do you think the gun accidentally went off and shot himself in the foot when he was trying to just kill everybody and escape or something? Maybe he was just resting his eyes. Yes, my Mrs. R.A., when we're having conversations, sometimes she'll stop and I'll be like, what? And I could recount exactly what she said, but she's like, you were snoring. And I'm like, I wasn't. I was just clearing my throat. Yeah. 911 call is about 15 minutes long, just for the record, and it's very similar in answers to the first part of him in the hospital. His answer style, his mannerisms and speech are similar. The judge gives comfort breaks so no one falls asleep. I think he's got a good eye on the jury. And if anyone starts nodding off, he immediately is like, oh, all right, break time, stand up, stretch. We'll bring in the yoga mats. Agree, recovering hospital, it was okay, but 911 call, I did not believe. It was your first day you covered and you replayed it during the break. On the first day we played the 911 call, so that would have been around lunchtime. I don't know what the corresponding timestamp would be. Lindsay said, texted timestamp to the burner. Let me check the burner really quickly. Thank you, Lindsay, first of all. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, that's the timestamp for the music, right? I'll have to find the song. I mean, I have to dig for the clip and everything. Let's see. Just asked neighbor. His dog can sniff on concrete. He's a canine officer, says Golden Mom. I got a hey from somebody, but I don't know who it was. They texted me just hey, and that was it. So hey back. Let me know who you are, and I'll put your name in the burner phone so we can I can follow your chats. This isn't the first time the judge has fallen asleep. You can tell. Yeah, he's good at it. He turns to the side, and he did pretty well waking up. A little bit of a jump. He should have done it more casually, like maybe sigh first and then sit up. Just be like, I'm frustrated with these objections type thing. Let's see. You guys want the music. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. It was day 1 of Jensen trial for me. Is that what you're saying? We had the music. Give me just a minute to get there on one of my machines here. It's my finest hour. Yes, sad piano music. We're gonna play that just a little bit. Let's see if I can find it. Give me 2 seconds. I'm on too many computers here. It was day 1. We went back and watched the opening statements, right? Man, I've got the wrong video. Okay, just entertain yourselves briefly here while I search. I apologize. Lindsay is so excited. It was fun. It was really fun. I will say that. Was it only 2 days ago? What? How many days ago was this, Lindsay? Somebody needs to send me the actual link, the video link. Day 1 of Jensen trial. But for me, day 1 was, day 1 of Jensen. Sorry, I was looking at antifreeze, or I was not antifreeze. I was looking at Alexander for some reason. Antifreeze trial. Day 1 parts. What part was this? It was at 2:53. I think I found it. Okay, I found it. I did. All right, that was worth it, I think.
Thanks. Witnesses who only come forward.
See you, Michelle. Thanks for being here.
Almost a
have
decade
a great day.
After the death of Julie Jensen.
Did you guys hear that? I was getting some weird sound coming through.
And reliance on statements of Julie Jensen herself.
I'm going to turn off my
Who the
real-time
evidence
overlay.
is going
so you
to
can see
show
me
is an
back then.
unreliable narrator. She tells people on one hand that she wants to work and her husband won't let her.
I went
and
to the
tells
wrong spot
people on
again,
the
huh?
other hand
Every single time I do this.
that she doesn't want to work, she doesn't want to do this, but her husband is making her.
Laura, this is... I'm not making... Here it is.
He called 911. When paramedics and the police arrived, they found a distraught mess of a man. and Mark Jensen.
Would you guys mind if I brought some music into the background?
His eyes were red from the tears streaming down his face. There was snot bubbling up
Okay, that's enough.
from his grief.
There's a lawsuit.
It was,
He had trouble standing while
was
talking
too
to the
much.
police and to the paramedics, trying to explain what was going on.
should I keep the music going? It might add to the.
And he directed them to the back bedroom.
We'll leave the music in. I'm not making fun of the death they're talking about here, but I'm trying to point fun at
Prior
the drama that she's injected into
To
the statement.
1998, to December 3rd, 1998.
Are we
the
gonna
Jensen
address subject
family
matter
was just
jurisdiction?
like any other family. They had good days. They had bad days. The Jensens were a middle-class family. They loved their boys, and they worked hard to build what they had. Julie Jensen was a smart, educated woman. The kind of woman who, despite the fact that her higher education was in nursing, was able to self-study and gain her Series 7 stock brokerage license. Mark Jensen was a successful stockbroker. They had 2 sons. But like any other family, the Jensens had their problems. Back in 1990-91, Julie Jensen cheated on her husband. She ultimately did file a divorce proceeding, but in the end, she stayed. She stayed with Mark Jensen and her boys in their home. And Julie is diagnosed with depression. In the following years, you heard about these
I swear she can hear
pornographic
this music.
pictures left around the home, a constant reminder of the infidelity.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Yet, at the time, everyone believed those to be sent by Mr. Tarika, who's the person that Miss Jensen had the affair with.
Okay, we're bringing this to a close here.
On advice of police,
now we're just gonna
Mr.
go with
Jensen hired
just
a
with her
private
audio.
investigator to get to the bottom of these photos.
Here's what I'll do. I might go and redub this without the subject matter jurisdiction interruptions, without me talking, without anything else. I'm going to go grab a clean clip of the opening statements and put that music in the background and post it as a standalone video. and if you guys want that, I can do that possibly this weekend. If that would just for Lindsay. I think Lindsay would watch that video more than anything else. She'd probably watch that instead of a live. So maybe we'll have
lawsuit.
Yeah, I'll probably get in trouble for that. I don't know. We'll see. It might get demonetized because it doesn't have me adding anything to the content, or I might get a copyright strike. But it might be worth it too. Matthew Harris, you have some great videos. You put some good ones out already. How to legally transport dead bodies and also using body language to win in court. Good stuff. Yeah, that was the original. It has a lot of interruptions. I think I'll redub it with no interruptions. I might put an intro on it, but we'll see. Let's see. Did we miss anything? Are we done for the day? We covered the young thug. We've got the drug deal in court that the bailiffs caught. We've got young thug's attorney, or one of the attorneys in the Young Thug case, getting fined $40 for asking a question that was already asked and answered. We have the Jensen judge falling asleep, and we have everything that happened in the Alex Jackson trial. So I think that's it. I think we're done for the week. It's Friday. We have the weekend ahead of us. Let's see. You should end every week with this clip. I so want to learn this piano sonata. Michelle, if you want, I could probably send you the link to it. It's available on YouTube for free, which is why I found it. But it's got a license. It's one of those songs. It has to be licensed. So every time I use the song on my video, the YouTube injects the license onto the video. But the license says I can use it everywhere I want, and it doesn't cost anything. So some of them cost up to like $2,000 to use a song, and I just can't afford that. But this one's free, and I can use it. So I'm seeing a lot of yeses on the please get the snot bubbles in it. I will. I'll try to line it up to the same timing as when I started it the second time. Well, I'll make sure we get the snot bubbles for sure. Please do check out Matthew Harris's YouTube channel. If you have not yet, first of all, what's wrong with you? No, seriously. It's got great content. Matthew Harris is amazing. Appreciate his support of the channel. He's been here pretty much since the get-go, providing great legal analysis when we need him, and comedy as well. His sense of humor is fantastic. Any more questions? Thank you, Abby. Thanks for being just an incredible mod all the way from the UK. You need to get some sleep, girl. You need to get some sleep. What's the song name? It's called, let's see, I called it Sad Piano, but just one second. In my downloads. Okay, give me just a minute here. My kids are like running. They're playing herd of elephants out in the yard here, or in the hallway. I'm going to get you that song name. Got a billion JPEGs to go through. MP3 audio. I thought it would be easier than it was. A Magical Time, is this it? I better be careful. I can't just play anything on here. I'll get banned. Okay, I don't know. I'll try to find it and I'll let you know. For the music, you have to use the face on as a commentary, so no copyright strike. Actually, that music YouTube allows me to use for all purposes without commentary. I can just have that playing on my channel by itself, and I'd be okay. I have a license from YouTube to use that, so it's not like I'm doing it. It's actually provided by YouTube, so that one I'm okay with. But thanks for the heads up, CG. I appreciate that. It's actually the video from the trial footage that I have to be careful about, that I need my face on for. What am I going to do this weekend? All weekend, says Keshet. Please watch The Last Witness from today on Jensen. Worth it. Vixen, I'll take a look. Was she the blonde lady with the long blonde hair, black shirt? Is that who it was? Maria says, I've been here since before 50 of us. I'm not sure what number we were, but I'm always watching for my TV, so I can't join chat normally. Maria, good to have you here in chat. That was a fun time when we were really small, and it's just become more fun and more amazing as more and more friends join. So I'm glad to have you as one of the original OGs. You're probably day 2 if you were here before 50, day 1 or day 2. See you on Monday. Have a great weekend. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up if I can find the my wrap up music. I've been all over the place. Oh, there we go. There it is. The video copyright strike. Okay, CG, I'll do that. I think we'll be okay. I use a source that they might claim the revenue, but I won't get a strike. So I should be fine. Good night, all. Have a lovely weekend. All of you guys as well. Thanks for bearing with the drama on the internet side. I should have a new modem Monday afternoon, which hopefully will fix this. It's working right now. Hopefully we'll be all right for Monday's streams, because we've got some good stuff to happen in this case in the morning. For all of you that are here, and all of you that are not, and watch this on the replay, please tonight, when you go home, hug the people you love. Smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we come back on Monday, 9 a.m. on Monday. We're going to get started. I think trial starts at 10, if I remember correctly, in the Alex Jackson trial, and it's probably going to be the last day of defense testimony before closing arguments. So that should be fun to watch. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day. Appreciate you being here. We'll see you.